Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on my seat. Pause shit, juice shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on my seat. Pause shit, juice shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Well, good morning, everybody. If I would turn my mic on, I could say hi. Um, welcome in, everybody. Pokemon, was it your birthday? When was your birthday? How did we miss it? Oh, happy birthday to the one and only, right? The one and only Pokemon. Happy damn birthday. You're magnificent. We appreciate you. I appreciate her wit and her humor. She cracks me up everywhere I go. It's always a good time. Welcome in, Motion to Scream. Bluebird, welcome in. Forrest, as always, good to have you here. True Crime Butterfly, welcome in. So come on in, Tricia, welcome in. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Forrest, thank you, sir. Yeah, Shelly, I hope you did have a great birthday. And you're anticipating the birth of that little baby coming up soon. Ah, good times. It's in your tag. Okay. All right, guys. So I hope you guys had a good weekend. I'm just going to tell you, I was lazy all weekend long. By choice. I love it when you have choices like that. Like, do I want to go be active or do I want to be lazy? I chose lazy. And it was kind of gray and cloudy here all weekend anyway, so perfect time to do nothing. Uh-oh, Bluebird's a stickler for details. Get them details, girl. All right, guys. Thank you all for coming in, and I hope you did have a good weekend. So Joy, welcome in with your beautiful name, reminded me of the sunshine. And I don't have a lot of that here in Florida. I have none of that here in Florida today. I don't know what's going on out there. I just know it was thunderstormed a lot last night, and today it looks like it's still gray and cloudy. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't even care. I rarely look at weather. It ain't gonna rain on my parade either way, right? If I had to get out and people, it'd be different. 26 weeks this week. Oh goodness. How exciting. Lots of Leos. Oh, I got Leos in the house. Nice. I know we got some Cancers in here as well. Well, I'm a Cancer moon. I know Forrest is a Cancer. Okay. All right, guys. So I don't know if you guys know that the Pullman Police Department also dropped a website with investigation documents within. And there's not a lot in their documents, obviously. They didn't arrest Brian Koberger or do a lot of the investigation into the crimes that occurred in Moscow. But they did have some documents, and there's really only one that was really interesting. The rest were like a bunch of damn emails. And let me just go ahead and tell you, 600 and something pages of FOIA request. And Bullhorn Betty and JLR, what are y'all doing? 1 or 2 requests would probably be sufficient, but 100 each, come on. Their names showed up a lot in there. So did Anjanette Levy's, but hey, we'll give her what she needs. Give it all to her. Interestingly, I didn't see Paula Mooney's name in there. But then again, I didn't read each single request individually. There were so darn many. But as I was thumbing through them, JLR and Bullhorn Betty kept jumping off the page. I was like, come on, if they're not going to give it to you guys, please don't give it to those guys. Anybody but them last. Put them last on the list. There was one interesting document in there, though, and we're going to take a look at it. We'll look at that one, then we're going to get right back into our other documents, the Moscow Police Department files we've been going through. All right, so let me pull up what I'm going to show you guys. And it had a, well, y'all know all operations have a name. Maybe we heard this in the past, but I don't think we ever heard it before. So I found it to be interesting. Let me pull the right one up here. It's going to be toward the bottom. There were also the emails between the Chief Jenkins and Brian Koberger about the job over there in Pullman he was trying to get. Okay, so what's going on over here? Oh, Butterfly sent 5 Salty Sleuth Investigates memberships out. Welcome, Vixie, Granny to 13. Wow. Casey, Disney Nerd, and Nay. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you, Butterfly, for gifting out memberships. We do appreciate that. All right, let me pull this screen up. Okay. So this was an email generated, and it went from Shane Anderson in Latah County over to Aaron Brashers with the Pullman, Washington. Excuse me, Police Department. So this message is confidential and may be legally privileged. Unless you are intended recipient, you may not use, copy, or disclose this message or any information. Well, they put it into a public doc drop, so we're good to go, guys. It's no longer confidential. And they attached a brief mission operations order that went out to, he says, my people. If there are any concerns, let me know. And it was signed by Aaron Brashars, Commander, Pullman Police Department. Now, they called it Operation Turtle Shell. Why they call it Turtle Shell? I know that in my counties, the little suicide suit, if I'm allowed to say that word, from what I understand, YouTube's relaxed some of their little restrictions. So they put you in that suit, to keep you safe. And it's referred to here as a turtle suit. So I don't know how they got the name Turtle Shell. But that's what they were calling it. So, situation. They had a situation at hand. The Pennsylvania State Police will be transporting a high-priority inmate, Brian Koberger, via aircraft to the Moscow Pullman Regional Airport. We have video of that, guys. And for those of you who haven't seen it, we'll look at it here in a second. To the Moscow Pullman Regional Airport on January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 15:30 hours. Mr. Koberger is currently in PSP custody. That would be the Pennsylvania State Police, per a warrant issued out of Latah County courts for the November 13th murders of 4 University of Idaho students. This case has garnered significant media attention nationwide. This attention has generated a large media presence in the area, as well as attracted the interest of many citizens. Due to this heightened awareness, the potential for unseen threats related to the transport of Mr. Koberger and the potential for information compromise due to media overwatch, Mr. Koberger's transport has been deemed high risk. Is that what it is there too, Carrie? A turtle suit? Yeah. Mission: the Latah County Sheriff's Office is tasked with safe transfer and transportation of Mr. Koberger from the custody of PSP to the Latah County Jail. Execution: the transportation team will meet at the initial rally point in the parking lot northwest of Target at the Palouse Empire Mall in Moscow for briefing. Team members will ensure all required equipment, to include vehicles, is operational prior to briefing. Due to the uncertainty of the transport arrival time, it is advised the team members to be prepared for departure to the initial rally point. Primary plan: at the designated time of 1500 hours, the team will move from the initial rally point, traveling west on Palouse Road, turning north onto Airport, and proceeding to the airport. Pullman PD will provide security for the team ingress and egress interstate aviation. The team will contact the transport aircraft at a predetermined location, and it says objective rally point, on or near the tarmac, and it says see the diagram, and they do have some diagrams within the document, and they are actually a little better to see than what was in the PCA. The team will position the vehicles near the aircraft so the prisoner compartment doors are facing the aircraft exit, if possible, to provide cover and concealment. Mr. Koberger is to be secured and placed into a ballistic vest and helmet, and placed into the prisoner compartment of the designated transport vehicle. Now, when we see them walking Koberger from the plane over to the vehicle, he doesn't have a helmet on. So I was like, did he have a helmet on in the plane and they took it off and they put another one back on once he got into that truck? Where did the helmet go? I have ridiculous questions, don't I? I was like, I don't remember seeing a helmet on that guy, and I had to go pull the video up just to watch it to see. Like, when did he have this damn helmet on? The team will then depart the ORP area, operating overhead lights on the vehicles, and proceed. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Go right back by where you got stopped by that one cop. Remember him, Koberger? Why do I need to give you my phone number? That stop? Yeah, Farm Road. The team will then head east on Pullman Road to its intersection with Farm Road and Perimeter Drive, the exact location where Koberger was stopped. At CP Chevrolet, the team will turn north onto Farm Road and continue north and turn east onto A Street, following A Street to intersection with Jackson at 95, checkpoint Ford. At CP Ford, the team will turn south onto Jackson Street and move to the left lane to the intersection with 3rd. Like, they had planned the whole thing out. What does a ballistic helmet look like? Yeah. Was it look like? Yeah, he didn't have a helmet on, so they must have done that when he was in the vehicle, like it was stating. What was that, in case they got into an accident or something to protect his head? I don't know. The team will turn south onto Jackson Street and move to the left lane to its intersection with 3rd Street, turning east onto 3rd, proceeding to Van Buren Street to the sheriff's office parking lot. The lead vehicles will turn off in the parking lot, and the transport vehicle will enter the Sally Port. And they took him right into Sally Port, and we couldn't see him get out of the vehicle. Idaho State Police will be providing traffic control at CP Ford, blocking the intersection of A Street and Jackson and CP Dodge, the intersections of 3rd Street with Jackson, Main, and Washington, as well as an unmarked vehicle that will be providing en route traffic and safety info to the team ahead of the convoy. Now, then it goes into listing everybody that was there. They had the weather report. Mr. Steve from True Crime Web is always about that weather. And I'm like, I'm right there with you, sir. Especially when crimes happen at night. What was the moonlight like, right? One of the first questions in Idaho. What was the moonlight like that night? Full moon, beaming and glowing, you can see better? Or was it a pitch black sky with no moon, right? A very new moon. All those things in Delphi. What was the damn temperature? So here today, when they're transporting him, marked patrol vehicles and one unmarked ISP, mostly sunny with few clouds. The high temp was 34 degrees. I could not live there. I'm sorry. That would be a deal breaker. If that's your high is 34 degrees, this girl's got to get gone. And then it just went into all of the logistical things here. Threat, hostile contact, second and tail end vehicle will move to surpass threat if possible, while lead vehicle and transport vehicle will upgrade and continue using alternate routes as necessary. Did they think that there was a chance that, a wild card dude would come and try to unalive their guy here or harm them to release the guy? And then it goes on to talk about how their equipment, their role, and the vehicle that they used. This guy here, he was the lead. He had a sidearm and a patrol rifle. This one had a sidearm and a patrol rifle. This one as well. But he also had restraints in the inmate PPE. And this guy had a sidearm and a patrol rifle. And then they gave out the diagrams of the airport, of everywhere, all their little locations they spoke of in the document that we were reading. They had it all laid out there for them. There was the target where they were meeting to do their initial rally point. So yeah, there's that document. So that was all. It was like a 9-pager, and that's all it was to that. But I found that interesting. Operation Turtle Shell. Turtle Shell. Okay, let me pull up this little video here, because I do realize as we're moving through a lot of this and I talk about a lot of things, some of these things I do talk about, you guys don't know what I'm talking about. So I got to get better at remembering that and sharing different things with you guys that will pertain to what we're talking about. Okay, so this, I'm not going to turn on the volume because it's just them talking and we don't even need to hear all that. But what I'm going to do is fast forward it up to here. And the first thing we're going to be looking at is when they actually leave. So they arrived in Palm. They do it a little bit backwards on this piece, but it was the best one with the most information, I felt like. So after the plane arrived, we'll see that in a moment, and them take him from the plane to the transport vehicle. But then this is the transport vehicle that just moved through the towns that we were reading about, arriving at the Latah County Jail. And I still have the volume off because we don't need to hear it. We know what's happening. But all the media was there. And in this third vehicle, that's got Kohberger in it. That one right there. And they're going to take him into the Sally port, and we won't even see him get out. And that's just another view of it. See, there's the lead truck going in there to the Sally port with him. And right into the county jail. Look at there. He's got on a little jacket to keep him warm, but no helmets. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit because I want it's going to show you more. Oh, them Forest Patrol guys. Oh, okay, there's the plane as it landed coming into Pullman. And see, when they transport him from the plane over to that truck, there's no helmet on him. So I guess they did that when he was in the vehicle or on the airplane too. I could see the need for one on an airplane. What if you crashed, right? Like, y'all trying to kill me in the airplane. Can we drive back? That would have been my question. Can we just drive back? Get us one of them cool Sprinter vans. And there he is being taken into, that was at a hearing actually for that one. So that was the transport video and the transport document to get him there. Right, you like those Hannibal looking ones? Listen, we need some Hannibal helmets for some people. Stop that mouth from talking. Can you guys? Oh my goodness. You think he was like, you could see him not wanting to put one on? Yeah. I keep going back to that arrest picture I shared the other day that many have shared now. of him sitting in his bedroom when they arrested him with the zip ties on behind his hand. Okay, so the weekend happened and I wasn't on here, but I wanted to ask you guys, what can I pull? Oh, wait, I should have uploaded it so I could share. I go get it. There's something in Brian Koberger's pocket, and it ain't, and don't even come at me with the jokes, ladies, because it ain't that. Um, hmm. I wonder what was in his damn pocket, though. So let me see if I can pull up the picture that I shared. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys can. You may have to go directly to the community tab and take a look at it yourself on your phones or your devices. Oh, man. We can't see it that well. But right here, if you guys, I don't know if you can, you see my pointer? If you look at the edge of his pocket, there's a baggie right there. And whatever this is in his pocket is, you know, pretty thick. You know, that other thing is over there further in the middle, ladies. It ain't over here. This is something totally damn well different. And come on, let's be real. This dude is tall with some seriously long arms. Y'all know he's kind of like, he's probably packing. Let's just, don't mean we want it, but he probably is. Ew. But anyway, what the hell's in his pocket? I want y'all to all go look and come back and leave comments on that picture on my community page and tell me what you guys think that could be in his pocket. Is that his green happy lettuce? We know he had some when they got there. Who did I scare? Sorry. Hey, that is not as scary as looking at Stern's junk by accident. Well, it wasn't by accident. Okay, that sounded weird. Like I didn't want to look at it, but I needed to look at it for certain investigatory reasons. So I did. I took one for the team. No biggie. It was disgusting and ugly. But yeah, I didn't see Koberger's. I'm just saying there's something in that damn pocket, ladies. What is it? That is a giant bump in his pocket. It really is, Pokemon. So this must be right, like when they arrested him before they've searched his persons, right? Where they have physically searched him, because there still wouldn't be something sitting there in his pocket. So did he get searched right after this picture was taken? His persons, you know. Well, that's what I'm saying, Butterfly. Yeah, I don't. This looks like it was literally right after they made their way into the home, because we do know they also zip tied his parents as well. I mean, you're going into a situation you don't know what's going down. Y'all know how we parents can be over our babies. You're not busting up in my house to get my baby until you tell me what the hell you're doing here, right? So they zip tied all of them. So that was the first thing they did to secure him, and then I guess that then they searched him. Triple top ridges. He's got something in his pocket. And we know from the Pennsylvania search warrants there was green leafy substances found in baggies. So Koberger liked his marijuana. Or a pocket knife. Well, but there's a plastic bag. And pocket knives aren't that thick unless you're trying to go deer hunting. I've seen a lot of pocket knives in my time. I got a couple. Mine aren't thick, right? Not a regular little pocket knife. Now, if I'm gonna go deer hunting with my daddy out in the woods, totally different story. We need a whole different knife for that situation. But we don't do that until we kill the deer with our gun, right? Yeah, I think that it could be a vape. I don't know if Koberger vaped or not. But I do see there's a plastic baggie hanging out of the edge of that pocket. That's why I don't think it's like a vape or a weapon, anything like that. And we do know there was pistols taken from his Pennsylvania house that were his. They were registered to Brian Koberger. 45 millimeter, I think. Swiss Army knife. Well, he liked knives, so it could have been in any number of knives. And we know from the search warrant in Pennsylvania, they took a few knives out of his space. And I say his space because it wasn't part of the family home, it was from his bedroom. And they have those knives listed. And there is those types of knives. So I don't know if he's running around with one in his pocket. He's got a baggie in that pocket. Swiss Army knives come in all sizes, though. I mean, you can get a medium, big, large. Unless he's got his little knife stuck into a plastic bag, stuck into his pocket. I'm just saying, I'm just not like convinced that's a knife in his pocket because he's a knife wielding maniac. Hmm. Yeah, it's obvious he wasn't searched yet, is what I'm thinking. It's kind of like a no brainer to me that they probably immediately cuffed him, sat him down, took a picture for the record, and then the search was on. You don't gotta search him if he's handcuffed. What's he gonna do with handcuffs on, right? Gonna jump up and beat the shit out of y'all? No. Not with the amount of people that were there around that house. They come busting in like the cowboys, right? Not today, buddy. We're here and we're large and in charge, and you're not going nowhere, sir. Sit down with your zip ties on. So at that point, he was not even a threat, right? You gotta secure him, and then I guess from there they probably checked his pockets. He can have, yeah, it can be his earbuds. Y'all go focus and tell me that's a damn baggie sticking out of his pocket. I honestly don't care what was in his pocket. I just want to know y'all's opinion if that was a baggie or not. Because you can literally see it, right? That part you can see. Not yet, Pokemon, that I've run across. So that would be in the Pennsylvania documents. And as far as we know, Pennsylvania hasn't released a website yet the way Moscow and Pullman has, and I'm waiting on them to do so. Right? I know there's a bunch of FOIA requests in out there for whatever they got that they're willing to give up. And at this point, the gag is over, so they should be giving up documents now. What I don't know is if they'll set a website up for convenience or make everybody just go FOIA request it. And you're also dealing with the state police entity as well. So it'd be interesting for Pennsylvania to start releasing some of that stuff up for us. Yeah, the only detailed anything we've seen so far out of Pennsylvania was the actual search warrant where all the stuff they took, but we have no information on the stuff that was in the search warrant, like what was underlined on page 118. Right? Are you ever going to tell us what was on page 118 underlined? Will we ever know what you took a picture of inside a Koberger's home but left the item? But you took a picture of it and entered that photo into evidence. What the hell was that picture of? I need to know. That's the kind of stuff I'm waiting to find out. Okay, so I have the playlist set up, guys. We're going to be doing part 7 today. If you've missed any of the documents so far on the Moscow Police Department website that have dropped, go back to the playlist. We have one, they're all numbered, and we're unpacking them in order. Yeah, Carrie, no, I'm spoiled. Florida has the most amazing open records law in the country, and I'm used to it, and it sucks that nobody else does. It's like, what are y'all trying to hide, right? In Florida, we'll know all your business before you ever get to trial, so get out of here with that unfair trial stuff. Go ask Casey Anthony how that unfair trial stuff works out for you. She'll say, what wasn't so bad after all? 2.5 years of my life paraded around the whole country, jailhouse calls, or you name it, we had it. Liar, liar, pants on fire, and the girl walked away. That case should be a case study, my God, on how not to lose the most important case of your career. I don't know how they would have recovered it, but whatever. I get tired of worrying about that dude. And I'm talking about the prosecutor over there. I can't with that guy. See, I'll start going off about other shit and forget what I'm talking about. Okay, let me pull up our case documents here that we've been going through. Yeah, you won't have a problem here in Florida. They're like, what do y'all need today? What y'all want? Jailhouse calls? Sure, hold on. Hold my beer. Not yet. Bluebird, we don't have anything come. Well, there is one phone call being analyzed out there big time, but it's one that we've always known about and we heard a long time ago. And I do have some stuff coming up that I want to jump into with the Stearns case a little bit. And I also have some plans for some upcoming stuff for Delphi. I'm trying to wrap this up before I start Delphi. I've got a guest lined up to come out and hang out with us, and we're going to talk Delphi, but I'm still keeping an eye on Stearns and what's going on there. And we just had a bunch of jailhouse calls dropped in Kentucky with Brooks Houck. And Lord, we got to get on with these damn documents so I can get on to other stuff as well. Brian Koberger has consumed, what, damn near 3 years of people's lives? Ugh. Yes, Linda Stanley. Good Lord. Pokemon. What's going on over there is really irritating me with old Barry thinking he's privileged and none of us should even open. We shouldn't even peek over there at Barry. Don't look at him. Don't take a picture. Don't talk about him or his case because we're not being fair when we do. Bluebird, a lot of us thought they would find Sebastian by now, or at least his remains. Couldn't tell you what's going on over there in that la la land. I don't mess around in the trailer park. I couldn't tell y'all what anybody's out there saying. I couldn't tell you anything going on. I know the TBI hasn't released anything on Sebastian Rogers, and I don't care what his dad has to say. I don't even know if that dude's still talking to people. Made a mockery of your child. Now don't get me on a tangent. Don't get me started. Okay. Well, it's Monday. Maybe I should get started. My full moon's approaching and stuff. Ugh. Okay. Did I just do this wrong? I did. Goodness. You know, Carrie, a lot of people wondered that, and I'm not above not wondering that myself because I got it. I understood where people came from with that thought process, right? I'm not naive. So let's go there for a moment. You think the man's smart enough to pull it off for this long? I don't think so. Because eventually that kid's going to want to know where his mama's at. Eventually that kid's going to get pissed off being held against his will. Eventually Seth's going to have to make contact with whoever has his child. And eventually the FBI would have saw all that contact. So I don't think Seth had a damn thing to do with it. I don't think he's bright enough to pull it off for this long. That communication would be there somewhere. Because he's not a criminology student. You know what I'm saying? He's Seth. So there's that. Right, Pokemon? You know what? Maybe I should get you up here to co-host, and we can just let it all come out about Barry. Right? We can just let it all out as many times as we need to. However long it takes, we'll do it. And I am still watching that docket over there as well, but God, it irritates me the way he thinks he's above everybody, and we can't, you know. Him and Brooks Houck. Get this media out of here. Get these big bad people away from me. Now that I'm being caught. It's so ridiculous. You can come into court, but don't say the word murder. Jesus Christ, right? All right. So we left off, guys. We finished all the way up to 150. So we're back at it this morning, and we're going to start back off at document 151. And like we've been doing, if they're unimportant, just a one-pager, simple explanation, we won't even bring them up on screen. We're just going to move through them, and I'll tell you what they are. Well, Carrie, maybe because he's a weirdo. Maybe that's the problem. You just get that vibe, right? You go like, ugh. Mm. Sometimes you just get that vibe and you can't quite put your finger on it, but trust your gut. When we don't trust our gut, boy, we pay for it later, don't we? So, number 151 was a tip line call from Pennsylvania about Brian Koberger. And we'll take a look at that one. Okay. On November 20th, and this one was done by Blaker, by the way. On February 22nd, 2023, I was listening to the tip line phone calls, and a tip from J.E. from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania was left on February 16th at 6:49. In the tip, J stated her brother, S.E., and a R.K. used to be friends with Brian Koberger, and they were in high school. Stated she felt it would be in our best interest to talk to R about B, which is Brian. I called J and she confirmed her brother, S, and R were friends with Brian in high school, and Brian has been in her mother's house during that time period. Jay was not sure if it would be very helpful for us to talk to R, but wanted us to know about this. I asked Jay if her brother would talk to us as well, and she told me she was not sure, but would reach out to him and see if he would call us. I was able to locate info on Jay on TLO. I used this info to find info on S and R. I will provide this information to Corporal Payne, and it can be provided to the FBI in Pennsylvania so they can reach out to S and R for a potential interview. So that was a phone call tip from somebody saying they knew who Brian was, and they were trying, and they did come out when they arrested Brian Koberger and asked anybody with information, tips, if you know him, all of these things to reach out. And so people were, I guess, starting to do so. Let me get, no, wrong button. Oh, user error, sorry. Good morning, Butterfly.
Good morning.
How are
Woke up
you?
late, so good. Trying to
Well,
wake up. How are you?
you're an hour behind me, so.
No, we're the
I,
same.
oh,
Central.
that's right. That's right. We are the same. 9 a.m. Yeah, I've been up for a little while, so.
Yeah, I slept in today. It was a crazy weekend, so.
Oh, goodness.
But
Crazy
I'm here.
fun weekend or crazy busy weekend? I mean,
Crazy busy.
oh, goodness. We don't like those crazy busies.
No, but
Sometimes
I
it's,
got a lot done, so it's good.
right. Good. Sometimes it has to be that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get it
Exactly.
all done. And I'm that way. I gotta have everything done before I can just go sit down and do nothing. Because if I go
Mm-hmm.
sit down to do nothing, I'm telling my brain is like, well, you know you want that done, and it's like, stop it. So
It's
there I
just,
go,
yeah.
right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And then once it's done, you're like, okay, good. I don't have to worry about that no more.
I know. Then it's like, phew, now I can just go do me and not feel guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we do that shit to ourselves?
I don't know.
I told myself when my kid, oh well, not when they were little, but as they're getting older, I'm like, you know what? It's literally okay to go sit on the couch and be lazy. It's okay.
Right.
It's
Oh, they
okay.
got that part down. Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the problem.
Oh my god, I used to wrestle with that so much. Like I just want to be lazy. I'm like I can't. I'm like it's okay,
Yeah.
really. It's okay.
Pokemon. A
Uh
student
oh.
first week of school.
Right. Yeah, they're all getting ready to go back here, so um I'm looking forward to it. Them getting back. My grandson, he secretly is ready for school to start, but he won't admit it, right? That
Mm.
look on his face, I'm like, you know, you're glad school's about to start. And that look on his face was like, he really is, but he also knows it's going to cut into his VR headset time, which
Yeah.
my son is looking forward to that. But
Right. I remember those days. I don't forget them. My son was the
well,
same way.
he got out and went fishing all weekend with his one of his grandfathers. So
Oh,
he has
that's
this
good.
little. He bought himself a new fishing pole with money he had earned, and he's convinced it's like the only pole you can fish with now. And it's so damn cute, and it's the perfect size for a kid. And this
Oh,
kid loves to fish. So 9 years old out there just kicking all the adults' ass at the fish pond, you know.
there you go. Not a bad hobby to have. So relaxing.
Oh God, right? I'm glad he's into fishing. He gets it honestly.
That's good.
All right.
That's
Oh,
good.
I need more coffee. Good thing the button wasn't on end stream because I just accidentally hit a button and I'm like, oh,
Oh goodness. I've been
luckily the air,
okay. Thanks.
luckily the arrow was far away from the end stream button. So I'm like, ooh, oh, don't let me have the controllers. I might mess something up in a minute. Ooh. It took me long enough to figure this out. Good God. Remember when I switched to the this other to the other PC when I got rid of the old one and I couldn't get shit to work right? I was so aggravated.
We're trying to figure it out.
It's like and then it figured itself out. I'm like, "Oh, okay. I don't know how that happened, but I'll take it." Okay, got it all figured out. Hopefully. Hopefully we can stay that way around here.
Oh,
All
you've
right.
been doing good.
Hey, we never claimed to be polished and professional.
Hey, that's what makes it interesting and fun. Keeps us on our toes.
If I was polished and professional, I'd be trying to beat down the doors to like some kind of news network. Hey, give me a job so I can be a talking head. Talking heads do not interest me.
Yeah,
Not unless you just got some talking to do. I mean, there's
right.
okay. So that was number 151 was the tip line, and then on number 152 was signed by Detective Mowry, and that report was just issuing a report stating that they had a multi TikTok warrant go out, and it was for it was for Kaylee and Maddie and Xana, and that was applied for on December 13th. We've always known those were in the docket. So that's all that document was pertaining to. And then number 153. Now this one I found it interesting. Again, here we go with those broad search warrants, right?
Mhm.
Ugh, that love-hate relationship. That's what I'm gonna call it. We're gonna call it that love-hate relationship. Those toxic ones. My
Right.
God. Yeah.
So nothing new on Stearns, huh? Not to drive you off that side, but
No, he got transferred over to his prison too from the intake facility.
mm,
And so I'm waiting. I've kept my eye on the docket, and nothing new has come. There's not going to be anything new really to come down. Um, there's no, unless he files an appeal of some sort, which he
yeah.
confessed. So,
I've just been curious if they're going to release any more calls from his parents, or if they just stopped talking to him, or what the
well,
deal
they
is.
will if there's any out there, and I don't know what all, because see, like when Paula and the docket were getting and Grizzly, so they get all these
Mhm.
drops.
Right.
Then they gotta get
I know they're having
specific
issues with
about what
that.
they want beyond that, right? So I don't
Mhm.
know if, him and his parents stopped talking on the phone when they
Right.
realized they were being called and the internet was getting a hold of those calls, if they went back to just communicating via emails, I don't know for sure, but if there's anything left to get, they're gonna be getting it, so I'm keeping an eye on that
Yeah.
as well. I can also FOIA request and see if there's anything else that we don't have yet. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I need to go through the docket and look and get specific about what I want to ask for.
Ooh, awesome, Sinead. Remember for 6 months.
Oh, nice.
Thank you for being
Time
here.
does fly by, right?
Mhm.
Thank you for being here for 6 months, Sinead. I appreciate it. We appreciate you being here. What I want to know is if how well they're keeping Stearns confined to himself, right?
Right.
Hmm. I do need to get on there and figure out some information. So that led me down a rabbit hole the other day when I was looking at what all these inmates can have in prisons. And I didn't realize, since I had talked to a couple of girls that were in like my local county jail, and
Hmm.
I talked to them for hours one day and got a lot of information about how the jail works, what happens when these girls are in there, different programs, all these things. Well, now it's advanced where they can also order fancy meals right here in my county jail. I was like, what? What
What
is
the hell?
this?
DoorDash for the job?
Apparently, they have a way to
Oh
make these
goodness.
meals, right? And prep. It's like a whole. You can. I'm like, and it says you can order the meals, but it may not be a guaranteed day on when your inmate may get them. It's just like a whole thing. I'm like, wow, these people can get. Stearns is gonna suck mommy and daddy dry, and so what?
So
Y'all
is that for
create
the prison or the county jails or both?
this. That was for the county. Now in the prison, they even get it better. And we know that they can get special meals over there in Idaho prisons. We already looked at that. But yeah, we'll maybe we'll do a members only, and we'll take a look at what all does prison life have it better than we do. Damn. Do I need to go to prison to get all this free shit? Will they still let me live stream? I'll get a tablet. I mean, we might could pull it off.
We'll put money on your books. We're gonna do a whole series
Yeah,
on
yeah. Y'all
sneaking into
send me
jail.
money on my books, and maybe I can go undercover for a season.
There you
No,
go.
that's too dangerous. They won't ever let me out. I'll get in trouble on the inside.
What's that show where people I forget the name of it. Where they go to jail and they live in the jail. So I forget what that 60 days in or some I forget the name of the show.
Oh, just to go
Actually
in
about that. Mm-hmm.
and chill,
Yep.
just to see what it was like.
Yeah. I find the name of it. It's
Huh.
crazy.
Well, maybe we should do that. All right. So let me, maybe not though. Can we just tour it? Can we just come in and tour the facility where you will house Mr. Stearns? That's what we want to see. We got to make sure them conditions are good, right? Yeah, yeah, we'll call it that. We're here on a orange is the new DoorDash. Hey,
Pokemon. She always comes up with some great ones.
I did DoorDash to the jail a few times, but I always assumed it was for the people who worked there. I never thought, is this for an inmate? Like, literally, I would just take it right up to the main county lobby there. We got a nice big jail. Well, in this county. Well, the other county has a new one too because the old one blew up. Long
Okay, so
story.
the name of the show is called 60 Days In. It's on A&E. Volunteers are incarcerated as undercover prisoners for 60 days.
Huh. Undercover prisoners to like
There's
see how
9 seasons of this show.
9 seasons.
Started in 2016. I know I heard about it, but I've never watched it.
I've
Kind of
never
weird.
watched that. Maybe they go in like the prison reform groups, send them in, make sure these prisoners are being treated with the respect. Okay.
I don't know. That's crazy. I would not. You couldn't pay me enough to
I don't
do
know. Well,
that.
I would do it because I'm gonna tell you, it's to me, there's a lot of shit that's intriguing, and we say we want to send prisoners to prison. They need to learn a lesson. Or are they learning a lesson while they're there?
Well, I don't want to live
Especially,
with the other.
well, I don't want to live with them, but I know
Yeah,
that I
exactly.
get why they go do it. So you got
Right.
a guy who's going to get out in 20 years. What's happening to that guy in the 20 years he's in there? Is he getting better at being worse when he comes out? Or is he getting better at being better when he comes out? Those are the things that society needs to think about sometimes, and we don't want to because it's uncomfortable because they're freaking prisoners, right? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, Pokemon, our jail blew up. Well, fortunately, nobody was injured. There was something happened in the basement with the boiler or some shit, and it blew up.
Hmm.
And it blew a hole straight up through the floor, right where you would normally sit and meet with your what do you call that guy that gets you out of jail? That bondsman. Yeah,
Hmm.
there's an area there. where you go sit and meet with your bondsman and sign your papers to get out of the jail. That particular section was part of what blew up.
Oh,
And they
damn.
had to field our county inmates had to be fielded out to different counties for about 2 years. And now they got a nice big jail over there. I've rode by several times. It looks a lot better than the old one. I think they'll
So
be
they didn't attempt to escape like in, was it Louisiana when they had all those
good luck
inmates
with that
escape?
around here. That county jail is surrounded by cops. You're not going to get far. I don't think we've had an inmate escape in this county.
Mhm.
Wow, I can't even remember. I think the closest thing was an escapee from the road work crews. We have a Camp 5 prison here as well, and it's road work crews, as well as the
Mhm.
county will put road work crews out, but mostly it's the camp. But one or two of those guys may try to make a run for it, but you ain't gonna go far. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, so this one is report number 153, and it is signed by Maori. Google search terms. On November 26, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant to serve on Google for the information on accounts searching the following search terms from August 1st of 2022 to November 13th. So this one is from August 1st up until the day of the murders. And they were looking for anybody who searched 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, and again 122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, and then just the address itself of 122 King Road. King Girls, spelled with an S and a Z. The names Kaylee, Maddie or Madison, Xana or Ethan, or the roommates, or LM. Um, they're blacking out stuff because they're just redacting names, Bluebird. It's a formality. It's all it is. These people were witnesses and things of that nature, so they aren't charged with a crime and they aren't part of the deceased. So they're and I know a majority of their names, but I'm choosing to use their initials because I don't feel like their names matter, right? So
Yeah.
and it's not suspicious to me that Dylan and Bethany and Elle are blocked out. I don't find that suspicious at all. I'm just saying that, Bluebird, because I know that y'all may hear on other channels, if that's where you choose to go, that that's highly suspicious. Well, that's fine, do you? But I find
But
nothing
he
wrong with.
even said they were going to redact
Well,
people
that's
to
well.
protect them. So,
And then I have to ask how many damn court documents people actually read in their lifetime.
mhm.
Because I read way more than just Brian Koberger's stuff. And
Yeah.
if people would just go do that, they could see a lot of this is just the way it's done, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't block the ones they're blocking out, Bluebird, are witnesses and survivors, basically. I know not everybody agrees that the roommates were survivors, but whatever. They are technically
Mhm.
survivors. And then you have witnesses. So their names are the only ones blacked out. And throughout the entire, all the documents, all the names are done that way. But, yeah, you can see DMBF and then LM. It's obvious who they're talking about. On December 1, I applied for and was granted a warrant to serve on Google for information on accounts searching for the following terms from the 13th of November at 12 p.m. Universal Coordinate Time to November 13th at 8 p.m. So they narrowed down that a little more. Moscow murders, murder in Moscow, Idaho, and it goes on. So so that would be suspicious now if somebody was searching these terms before the murders and on the day of the murders, right?
Mhm.
So how many people are actually going to think to search it if it hadn't happened yet,
Right.
or search it the day of? Now, could some of the students that were hearing rumors? Yeah, they could have, but could they narrow down?
Mhm.
It's a broad search again, but the parameters are interesting, right? Because who would be searching
Mhm.
all that stuff? And I guess they found none that on Koberger's phone.
Mhm.
And I was doing a
Okay.
little research into the forensic data wiping tools. Guys, we got some videos to watch because I'm telling you,
Wow.
I jumped ahead and read some of these documents a little bit because I was trying to
Mhm.
preview, get ready for the show over the weekend. In between my laziness, I was reading, but yeah, we'll talk about those. So anyway, King Road murder, King Road stabbing, King Road stab, Moscow, Idaho news. Again, with a of course abbreviations and unabbreviated. Moscow news, Idaho, Pullman news, Northern Idaho news, North Idaho news, campus stabbing, campus murders, DNA on knife. Well, we all searched that after we found out about a knife and some DNA, but okay, don't come
Mhm.
at us. Getting blood out of clothing. Interesting. We saw these come up in the Richard Allen case as well, but not in a broad search. It was his after. Well, go. Coffin Daffer's got them.
Oh Lord. It's okay. I'd rather not.
If you want misinformation and fake Google searches, run on over there and check it out. This was
Mhm.
done in an attempt to locate a suspect possibly searching for the victims prior to the murder, potentially gaining information on the persons, their residence, or lifestyles, which could be located on social media. The searches after were done in an attempt to locate a suspect possibly searching for information on the murders prior to the discovery of the victims. Prior to the discovery. Remember how long those victims laid there? So the
Yep.
person who did it's probably like, well, what's going on? Especially when the person drove back over to the house at 9 o'clock in the
Yep.
morning, wondering, do I go in and get my sheath? Do I go in and look for it? Did I drop it behind the house? Did I drop it between the house and the car? Did he get out and go look? Or did he sit there going, where's all the cops?
Mhm.
Where's that girl I saw last night that I left alive? No one knows for sure if Koberger saw her except for Koberger. They assume he saw her. She says they made eye contact. Bill Thompson's still running around doing his little tour saying he believes that they saw each other, but he's not sure. Dylan says they did, but Koberger knows if they did or didn't.
Mhm.
And we know he doesn't mind saying yes, yes,
Right.
yes. Just let me have a list of questions. I just get a yes or no response, right? Did you bury the
Mhm.
knife? Yes. By a tree? Yes. Out there on Johnson Road with the pavement turns to gravel? Yes or no. Yeah, I got questions. I'm trying to narrow it down too. So he was contacted by Google regarding the warrants and informed the process of the searches were extremely complicated and the large data range was problematic to their search queries. I imagine they stated they had to restart the process several times due to the complexity of the searches. Now, could they have narrowed it down to like a region? Do you know what I mean? Or was this a
Yeah.
broad, all over the country type search, or was it regional?
Oh, that would be. I would think it would have to be regional because that would be a lot of
Yeah, that
information to go through.
a lot. Yeah,
They would
that's what.
still be going through it, I would think.
Right? We're like, well, damn. You know how many people search this weird ass stuff you're asking us about? All them
Yep.
people out there on the Twitter and YouTubes. On December 19th, Koberger was identified as a possible suspect. On February 15th, after talking with other investigators and conferring with Latah prosecutor's office, it was decided to return the warrant without data. And as the original broad scope of these warrants was to determine potential suspect, when none was known, or a suspect when none was known. New warrants specific to Koberger's Gmail accounts, which can include search history, have been requested. So they withdrew that warrant once they got December 19th and got Koberger identified. December 19th, that's the day the FBI gave them Koberger's name, built from the
Mm-hmm.
IGG. We know that WSU spotted that car a month earlier sitting over there in Pullman, Washington, in the parking lot of Brian Koberger's residence, and they knew it. But they didn't know who he was, and they didn't know he was the suspect because the car was a 2015 and y'all were only looking up to 2013.
I wonder if they would have dismissed it anyway.
They shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Even if it was a 2015, I still
Mm-hmm.
would have called. I still would have called Moscow and said, "Hey, I happen to have one here, but it's a 2015." Because the
Right.
PCA, and the only reason I keep bringing it up, because I will call out the bullshit regardless. The PCA cites that WSU find in the PCA. It never
Mm-hmm.
mentions investigative genetic genealogy. The PCA leads you to believe after a query was done and they found this car, then they went and patrolled and found the car. But that's not what happened.
How it
They
happened,
they
yeah.
did find the car, but y'all didn't know about that. Y'all
Sequence.
didn't even know about that until y'all looked at records and saw, oh wait, they did query this car. But the chief from Pullman said in an interview the other day or last week, one of the ones I watched, that they didn't contact the tip line or Moscow, the officer that found the car, because it was a 2015 Elantra.
Yeah, I
At the
saw that.
time, they were still searching 2011 to 2013. But the
Mm-hmm.
PCA says when they discovered the 2015 Elantra in the parking lot of Brian Koberger's apartment building, they pulled the ID from the DMV. The guy had bushy eyebrows. It says that in the PCA. So if the cop literally pulls it and sees bushy eyebrows, was that bushy eyebrows out there yet? No. But, you know,
Yeah.
I think I'd have picked up the phone and called and said, just in case, guys, I got this car.
Yeah.
Just in case.
You
But,
never know.
no shade. I mean, well, because they continue to say if we hadn't got the IGG, we would have got to him eventually using the car. But I don't think they could have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe if you'd have searched back and then that cop would have been like, wait a minute, that one time I did find that one car. Maybe you'd have got lucky, but I'm going to call bullshit on that one. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. Something was amiss. Oops, I got to get this way. And I got to go grab a fresh cup of coffee. I should probably make me a coffee station in here in my office.
You should.
I should.
Have you get you one of those little? They have the mini Cheurigs or something similar.
Mm-hmm.
Little button. There you go.
As much coffee as I drink, I need like a damn,
Mm-hmm.
like, the things at the store, you just go up and you just pull the lever and just coffee comes
Yeah.
out. I need that at all times. Just let me pull a lever and coffee comes flying out. That's how I like to roll.
So sometimes I feel I need to intravenously forget the.
Girl, I've been making, so y'all inspired me. Okay, so I've been making some cold coffee here at home and I have perfected my recipe.
Oh, nice.
Oh, God, it was so good. I had back to back cups, strong back to back cups yesterday.
That's good.
Okay, let me go and grab my fresh coffee. Butterfly will say hi, entertain you guys if she doesn't mind for a minute, and I'll be right back. And I think I just pulled up the same. Yeah, I did. Hang on, before I do go, I'm gonna pull up the one we do need to look at, and then I'll. That
Morning,
way.
Rachel.
Hey, Rach. Good morning.
Did I hear you say this morning that it was cloudy in your area? It's cloudy here too. I think we're expecting.
Yeah, it's gray out there. I don't
Yeah.
think it knows what it wants to do today. Honestly, I haven't looked at the weather because I don't, it doesn't affect me. So I swore years ago, like small talk sometimes gets on my nerves if there's too much of it, and that's literally all we got. I didn't
Hmm.
want to be that person who can only talk about the weather.
Oh yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking. It's like, but since I don't have to get out a whole lot anymore and do life like that, like I used to, it doesn't concern me anymore.
Okay, bye, Saltinos.
I pick my battles. Like, oh, it's cloudy. Oh, it's raining. If I got to go somewhere, nobody wants it to rain when you got to go somewhere.
Oh yeah.
It
Yep.
sucks to have to get out and run errands in the rain. Nobody wants no part of
Hmm.
that.
Well, my
Okay.
my kids have learned the hard way because they used to just get up and go, and then they'll be like stuck out in bad weather, and so now they look before they leave. So
Now they look,
it's
yeah,
easy.
it's different when you are got to go every day. Like I've been there,
Hmm.
done that, had to go every day, and now it's like I don't have to. But yes, some of them days you have to look. It's like when
Hmm.
my kid was starting to get older and was making his own decision. Like, okay, so when he was living at his dad's to go to school, I would call him. I'm like, dude, make sure you take a hoodie in the morning. Oh, I'm fine,
Hmm.
mom. Like, baby, it's Florida. It's gonna be cold in the morning, but it's gonna warm up as soon as
Yeah.
daylight comes. But then but it's gonna be. So then he learned. He's like, oh, you're right, mom. It's a little cold in the
Yeah.
mornings, especially in the
Sometimes they
fall.
have to learn the hard way, and then they'll
Oh
do
yeah,
it
sometimes
themselves.
they do. They'll figure it out. It's like, damn, I froze my ass off. I won't do that no more. Like, baby, listen
And,
next time.
and we're
Listen
over here.
next time.
Hmm.
Listen, Linda. Pretty much can't fart outside here for the next week. Super hot, super dry, and lightning forecast.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
that's not good for you guys, huh? With the fires.
Hmm.
That's what. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Weren't there some fires in Arizona or something? I can't remember where. I thought I heard. Well, you stay safe out there, Pokemon. I can't. That's not good. I mean, we got a lot of rain, but I mean, it's still dry here. But it's humid, so it's not dry weather. Okay, see, that is what I heard about that. Did they have it contained? Do you know? Oh, geez. Well, everyone be safe. We got tsunamis, fires, floods, we got all this chaos happening. Crazy.
What?
Well, there's fires in by the Grand Canyon, and
Well,
then the tsunamis over by Hawaii.
I remember.
It's
Let me
nice.
go out on a limb here and say 40 years ago we were warned. That's all I'm
Yeah.
going to say. We were warned. Nobody wanted to hear it. I was listening intently and looking around the room going, is
Mhm.
anybody else hearing this shit? Really? Am I the only one? That's how I felt. It's crazy. And I hope it don't get worse 'cause I live in hurricane country and I promise you I don't want no cat 5 barreling toward me.
Right.
Give me a cat 3, but damn no them cat 5s. If we're going there, I got to rethink this whole situation.
That's really
Okay,
bad.
so report number 154 is just where it was a clarification, and all it says is it was Maori, and he had reported in a report referencing a Google warrant return for search terms, which we just read through, but he said it was served via at redacted at google.com, but it was actually via something .google.com. He just had to clarify
Mm.
the actual
Okay.
address of where it went, so that's all that document was about. All right. This one, this is this one's kind of weird. Um, it's not weird, but I'm looking at the stuff with Kaylee's boyfriend, and we're going to see later in these documents that as of recently this year, and why this year is still a mystery, I think there may be a little bit of reason behind it. But for whatever reason, they recently called Jack Decor back in, Kaylee's boyfriend, and took fingerprints.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to eliminate him?
Mm-hmm. Something to do with Ann Taylor's alternate perp
Mm,
situation is
yeah,
all I can figure. But why didn't they already have this guy's prints on file?
true.
Because I know they DNA swabbed him. Wouldn't it make sense to also fingerprint him? Or do they only fingerprint you if they arrest you?
Right.
You know, getting a swab is one thing. You would think getting the fingerprints would be the same sort of process, right? To
Mm-hmm.
eliminate, because they found fingerprints in that home, and they didn't know how many they were going to find, how many would be relevant, how many were in the room. You know what I mean? In the
Right.
actual bedrooms. So I don't know why they wouldn't have already had his prints on file. So this report we're going to look at is going to, not that particular report, but the dates on that report are interesting. If you look at when they called Jack back in to do fingerprints and when Anne was filing her alternate perpetrator stuff. And once those documents become unsealed, holy hell, I
Mm,
want to find out why she felt like they were valid alternate suspects, right?
right.
Got to have a nexus. They got to have, you can't just go on a whim and say, well, they knew them. Go ask
Yeah.
Judge Gold about that nexus situation.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God. She said, oh, Jesus. She
That
said,
one.
Lord, help us all. Um,
Mm,
Lord, Lord, Lord. Yeah, our weather is getting crazier around the world, and I just
everything's getting crazy around the world.
shouldn't scratch their heads and wonder what's going on, because I'm telling you, go back and review news footage from 30, 40 years ago. What was that Al Gore tried to tell people? People laughed at him. I'm not even lying. In the meantime, his wife was trying to put labels on our heavy metal music. Honey, sit down. I'm not
Yeah.
playing my Ozzy records backwards. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to because you said I was.
Exactly.
And I did, and I didn't hear nothing. He didn't tell me to go off and do some crazy shit.
Right.
If anything, he deterred me from doing the crazy shit. Ain't that right, Ozzy? The blacklight poster. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. That's, whoo. I'll never forget that night. My God. Okay. So this is report number, what did I say, 155, written up by a Detective Payne. And this is pertaining to phone swabs and a paper. How we need to be real careful about with all of our evidence. On or about February 13th. So November 13th was the crimes. Now we're into the next year, February 13th. MPD received a package from the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. The package, now Coeur d'Alene was where a lot of stuff was taken to, or some of the digital forensics was first taken to for extractions, but Jack also lives up in Coeur d'Alene, up there near where Kaylee's parents lived, or Maddie's mom. They were all from that Coeur d'Alene-ish area.
Mm-hmm.
The package contained 2 items for Detective Mowry. I provided these items to Mowry on February 14th. Without opening the package, I thought they were digital items because, see, that, like I said, they had sent the digital evidence up to Coeur d'Alene to be
Mm-hmm.
extracted. So I guess he just assumed that's what this was. On the 23rd of February, though, Mowry brought the 2 items into the office and told him that they were not digital items. The 2 evidence items were swabs from Jack Decor, phone and the paper used while taking the swabs. The swabs were taken before the phone was forensically downloaded. None of the seals on either of the items were broken, so I booked the packages into evidence on February 24th. Now, they got his phone there and they got swabs. Immediately, they had taken that information from Jack. Now, I guess they didn't do fingerprints, like it wasn't a thing. So then that's when they realized that they had that was the DNA swabs and the phone, and now they're taken and booked into evidence. But they just like sat there and chilled in the envelope, all sealed up for a few days, and nobody really knew what it was. But can you imagine a lot of evidence moving and reports
Yeah.
coming in, and it's like it's coordination. That's when you have to make sure it's all working like clockwork, right? So you don't want it
Yeah.
to.
Especially with all the agencies involved.
Yeah, with multiple agencies, that coordination
Hmm.
effort that has to go on. And let's face it, places didn't get good at coordinating efforts until after 9/11. Even local law enforcement authorities. Some work well with their neighboring counties because you have to.
Hmm.
Some don't work well at all with each other. And
Some still don't work well.
right, and they weren't real great about sharing information and sharing it quickly, and so it's nice to see that, but there's a lot of logistics to figure out, but still,
Hmm.
it's interesting. Let me see here. Let me get my feet. I can't see the chat well. Okay. So wait, come back here. Whoa. I don't know what that. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, let me take that one down and we can move on. Y'all remember when we read the report the other day and they had the address as 1022, and I said, "Oh, that must be a typo because it should say
Hmm.
1122." Well, this next document is just that. 156 was Lanier, Chief Lanier at the time, and it's just a document correcting that, saying that he realized in report number 149 they had typed up 1022, and they have corrected the record to make sure we understand that it is 1122.
Okay.
Now this next one is interesting. Let me pull this up. Oh, anybody seen Joe? Is he still down there in Kerrville?
I haven't heard
We
nothing.
we haven't heard from him today, Butterfly, or
Mm,
hmm.
I haven't seen him. I mean, I haven't. I woke up late, so.
I haven't seen him either. You know why I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Joe, if you're out there, give us a signal.
Need the Joe signal.
Okay, let me get this one. There it goes. It's there. That one went quickly. Yay.
Nothing on X either.
Man, like I got cold. It's raining here. Let's see if it gets gray and a little bit rainy. This Florida girl's like, I'm cold. it's, it's cold in here. I can't turn the
Oh.
AC down. My son will get off work this evening and come in and go, it's hot in here. Like, I don't touch the air conditioner. I let that boy keep his house cold.
I have to have mine cold, or at least my room when I sleep.
Forrest says he hasn't seen him since he did that live with Ada K. Mm,
Excuse me.
I was sipping my coffee, yes. Well, if y'all hear from him, tell him we said hi.
Yeah. Safe travels.
I don't know where he was planning on going next or when he was leaving. He was headed back to Indiana or whatnot. All right, so this one is number 157, and this was by Danny Vargas, and this was Brian Koberger's shopping receipts. Receipts collected by Detective Schweck from the ISP, which was going to be the Idaho State Police. They provided them with a folder that contained the following receipts collected during the investigation from some local businesses, and the details were listed below. And it's going to have Brian Koberger's, this is at the Walmart in Pullman, Brian's debit card ending in 1973. Well, and then we got a purchase on October 28th. These are all 2022 and 2021 with 2023. Oh, so the 17th, a year later. So you got one of October, November 7th, November 10th, November 12th. Those are the days leading up to the crime. 16th and 17th. Well, the 16th is a days after, and then the 17th here is a year later. The 23rd, 29th of November, December 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 8th, all 2022. He was in the Walmart a lot more than I am. And I'm a lady. He's like, I just go in there and grab what I need day to day. A majority of the items purchased were food items. On 11/7, Koberger purchased a beanie hat, but there was no description of the hat. I spoke with an employee from Walmart, and he stated at the time he met with Detective Schweck, they were unable to locate the details of the exact beanie which Koberger purchased on 12/1/2022. Koberger purchased utility clothes. Utility clothes.
Huh.
Now, what does an intellectual guy going to college, full time teaching assistant, full time,
Mm-hmm.
need with utility clothes? Does he got some gardening to do at his apartment? Does he need to work on his car? Is he going to change his own oil? Nah, not Koberger. I spoke with him. He gonna be like Stearns and wouldn't know how to change a tire and smash his thumb up. I spoke with an employee from Walmart when them girls be like, "Look, dude, move. Let me change your damn tire. I'm from Idaho."
But that's weird. They couldn't get a description of the hat.
It may well on the receipt because I was thinking about that myself, and
Why didn't they
sometimes
just pull up the number and look up the hat?
the SKU number would, but it may just be
Yeah.
like a plain black. You know what I mean? Not any real descriptive detail or manufacturer. Even you should at least got that right
Mm-hmm.
with at least the manufacturer. But Walmart only carries so many, right? So anyway, I spoke with an employee from Walmart who told me this item was 9-pack hand towels. Oh, utility cloths. I said clothes. I'm like, what are they talking about? He purchased utility cloths. Excuse me, not clothes. Oops, bad misinformation. Ooh, stop it. Utility cloths. Now, was that to clean that car? Because we heard the neighbors talk about how meticulously clean
Mm-hmm.
Koberger's car was, right? When they walked past the car and they would notice how clean it was. And then we know that he was cleaning the heck out of that car over there in Pennsylvania. So those are sold in a 9-pack hand towels, which are 2 shades of gray. Not 50. There was nothing else of interest listed on the above receipts. A beanie, like what is that? Well, Forrest, yeah. So a beanie is just pulls right over the
But
head,
like a
right?
winter
Not the
hat.
whole face, right?
Yeah.
Just the
Like,
head itself, not your
mm-hmm.
hair and stuff. Hey, Miss Woozy, welcome in.
Hi, Miss Woozy.
I keep saying Miss Woozy. Am I doing it wrong? Shit. Good Lord. Carrie says my spouse has a ton of beanies. My boys wouldn't wear them because, well, we're in Florida. We don't really have a need for them, but they had thick hair, so they're like, my head sweats in those stupid things, Mom. So it's not really a thing around here.
I have some.
We don't get it doesn't get cold enough around here to make you want to wear one all the time, unless some people like to shave their head. These guys, my ex shaved his head all the time. He had a lot of
Yeah,
damp
my
hair.
husband does. Yeah, my
Hmm.
husband does.
Now this next one is so.
Learn something every day. I never knew that before us.
Oh,
A toque.
toque. I figured that's what it was when he was. I was like, talk toque. What is that, toque? Yeah, but I figured that was what they call them where he is. So yeah, he's in. Forrest is not in the U.S., guys. He's from somewhere else. He's across the pond somewhere. Across the pond somewhere. Okay. So number 158 was done by Detective Payne, and it's just a formality letter or report stating they received and downloaded both of the Brian Koberger traffic stops into evidence on a hard drive. And by both, they mean the one at WSU with the female officer that we've seen, and the one at the Farm Road stop, the one we just got released recently. The one that was going to be entered into court, that particular stop, yeah. So it was just a record of them entering those two into the evidence that they put onto one hard drive.
Oh no, Miss Woozy. I dropped my phone in a porta potty this weekend by accident.
Oh, heck no, not that of
Um,
all places.
and right,
Of all places, my
that's
God.
my fear. That's why I hate porta potties.
Look,
That's not the only reason.
the only time I have to deal with them is at the mud races. They had two, yeah,
Hmm.
and it was like, man, can I get through this whole day without having to go to the bathroom? We'll see.
Right?
And it's hot in
No.
Florida, so you're either drinking cold beer, or you're pounding water, or whatever the hell you're drinking. You're like, I just don't want to go. My sister's like, I'm going to the woods. I was like, are you serious? Like, she's like, we grew up
You
doing
know
this.
what?
Let's
Right?
go. I watch for you. You watch for
There
me.
you go. You ain't
Don't
going in there by yourself. Now,
do
now
not
what we
squat.
know these days.
Yeah, don't squat on near any of the red bugs. I'm not going to say
Oh,
poison ivy. Well, you can get red bugs here, and you don't want that. Watch where you pop that squat at. Be careful. If you're raised in the woods, you get taught. So
right.
it's safer to go in the woods sometimes in those damn. But here it's so the heat, right? It's so hot,
Yeah.
and you go in that porta potty. It's like,
Oh,
am I going to pass out before I can get out of here?
pass out and fall in. One of the two. Oh.
I'm always scared I'm going to pass out before I can get out of there because it's so hot.
Hmm.
I'm like, this is not how I want to go. I don't want to
Right.
fall out of the porta potty or down into the hole because I fell out because I passed out. Not good. Some of them newer porta potties are nice though, I guess. I
I've
don't
seen
really.
some with like a hole where you wash your hands and
Yeah.
um, they look nice, but yeah,
How long will
still.
they stay that way, right? But
Exactly.
with the ones that did like take them out to events, they clean them and all of that stuff. Where did
Hmm.
my report go? Where's it at? Hey, sometimes you got to go. You got to go. You got to do what you got to do.
Miss Susie, it's a good way to get an upgrade. Let it fall in the porta potty.
Look, but I feel your pain on that 6-year-old phone
Hmm.
situation. As I will
Yeah.
run that phone to death if I need to, just like the car, right?
Oh man.
But with my speaker acting up, it is time for an upgrade. Oh, this number 159 is where we're at. My window is cracked open a little bit, guys. If you hear a truck pass by, it's just a truck out on the highway. A plastic porta potty, like a campsite bathroom. That nice. Oh,
Mm.
was you at a campsite? I'm jealous. I'm actually I'm looking forward for it maybe to get a little closer to fall because I want to go camping again, and right now it's just too hot in Florida. Okay, so why do people call in fake tips and stuff? Um,
I'll never get that.
isn't it weird? And I'm still waiting to run across those reports where WSU mom Kim called in her tips
Oh
to
Lord.
the Idaho
I
State
know.
Police. And I want to see the report where she was assigned her own personal ISP agent who was telling her intimate details of the crime scene. Where's that report at?
Hmm.
Hmm. Not going to be one single, not even with her actual real name initials. I know your real name, Kim, don't I? I've been looking for them initials to pop out at me off of them pages. And I'm gonna go ahead and say this: what I didn't show you guys in the documents in Pullman, and we'll go through them one day. Just I'll show you them. Don't think the cops aren't looking at your tweets and your YouTube comments and taking
Mm-hmm.
screenshots.
Yep.
Taking screenshots, and your name might be in a document unknowingly, all because you made
So
a
stop
comment.
lying.
Mhm.
Get yourself in trouble.
Yeah. The freaks of nature out there talking about he didn't do it, so and so did it. Cops got all that information. They seen it. There was a lot of Twitter posts in that Pullman packet and people's comments highlighted. I was like, whoa, shit, really? I'm looking through there, making sure none of mine were on there. Am I showing up in there anywhere? Ooh. Uh, okay. Oh, Carrie, when you're pregnant, girlfriend, you got to do what it's like. Get out of the way, people. Pregnant lady coming through.
Right.
This baby's kicking me all up in the bladder right now, and I just sucked down that big giant big gulp, and I got to go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hmm. Y'all know how it feels to have them babies kick that bladder. You're like, oh, kid, move around in there, get off of that thing. All right. On January 23rd, 2023, the FBI tip line received an email from A.H., which stated Koberger attended PhD courses at Oklahoma State University. He never did. H added she met Koberger during this time, and Koberger had befriended a professor named J.D., who gave Koberger a K-bar knife.
What the
What?
hell?
I know, right? Like, did she dream it like Dylan's lucid dreams? I don't know. I spoke to H on the phone on March 2nd, 2023, months after the crime there. I did not record the phone conversation. That's too bad because I'd have liked to have heard that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
H related that she met Koberger when D brought him to her house for a visit. So she's saying that this professor brought Koberger over to her house. H stated Koberger made her very uncomfortable and she warned D about him. I asked H to email me anything she had to support her claim, and she mailed the following information on March 2nd. 2016 through 2017, University of Oklahoma began offering criminal justice bachelor degrees. Koberger found it cheaper to take the courses here that he needed for degree. The school's phone number, she gives that, and it's redacted. The dean who approved Koberger was M.B., who is since retired, asked for Dean P. Here is the information you must have. And then they give the email. You will see the personal communication between D and Koberger. Pin trap phone number. Pin trap. Wasting police time with tips like this and knowing they got to go track it down and see. Now, figuring out his education was super easy. You just got to call Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. D's cell phone number. D's cell phone of 20 plus years, and then the witness. So this is crazy.
So they don't get in trouble for submitting a false statement.
Why couldn't you, right? You should. What is it called? Not like interfering with the investigation, but and does it fall under the false allegations umbrella? I don't know. We'll have to look at that. We'll have to look that up. So redacted TC, and then it's got CWC instructor, sunlight material or martial material, martial arts redacted. Okay, allowed Koberger to attend class as redacted's guest. You can attend class as a guest. MD allowed Koberger to stay at home. Myself advised, what the hell? D, that Koberger was homicidal and had possibly had a psychotic break. Violent, sloppy ideation of violence toward others. I believe I contacted the FBI agent named, and it's redacted, of course, Detective Redacted, which I have not shown you guys what Motion to Scream sent me. Redacted altered her, whatever. Koberger used a credit card to pay for courses and travel expenses. Subpoena his financial records. Ma'am, they did. I'll have another report for you this afternoon with addresses, numbers, and any other evidence of the visit. Wow. JD, now in this document, she's not referring to Jack Decor. I don't believe it's the JD from above, which is the professor. He is a Krav Maga instructor and a predator. He encouraged Koberger and initiated him into brutality. What the hell? Now, that one girl on TikTok got sued because she come out and accused Brian's professor in Pullman of being the actual killer. And that lady won her lawsuit.
Damn.
Could this person sue this person? Like, you're over here accusing me of being the reason Koberger went in and done all this. I gave him a K-bar and led him into brutality, initiated him. Upon further investigation, it was learned that H had reported 36 tips to the FBI over the past several years. We have a lunatic on our hands, people. In addition, there is no current information to support Koberger ever attended Oklahoma State University. I will investigate further if information arises that Koberger attended OSU at any point in time. 36 tips to FBI over the past several years. What in the actual hell? Like, that person should be red flagged with the FBI now, right?
Exactly.
I mean, they're
Why? This is wow. That's crazy.
like. So number 160 that popped up was a dancer who thought she recognized Koberger.
And you know that probably happens more often than not. People like that, in all cases, not just this case. Can you imagine?
Oh, no. Pokemon, I have been banned from telling my daughter-in-law my son's birth stories. That's right. They're like, hush it, Mom. Hush it. She's like,
don't scare her.
she's like, don't scare me. Once I had my first baby, I'm like, why was everybody trying to scare me? Wasn't as bad as some made it out to be, but okay. My poor cousin was 3 months ahead of me in our pregnancies. So she was 3 months ahead, so I got to watch everything coming, right? Boy, her labor was intense and like lasted for 3 days, and they kept sending her home from the hospital, and we're trying to make her walk around the house, and she's sitting there and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta do this in 3 months. I'm changing my mind now. I'm
Right?
not. I'm backing out. She's like, and you can't now. He's like, I'm doing it, you're doing it. I'm like, That's why you're older. You get to go first. And if you try it and it's doesn't, I changed my mind. It's all good though. Our babies were born 3 months apart. All right, let me get the next one pulled up for us to take a look at. The first grandbaby. All grandbabies are exciting, but especially that first one, right? She's never going to let that baby go. Y'all know that. She's going to be sitting there rocking that baby while she's modding lives. She's
Right?
like, I got this. I'm a pro. We're gonna have a
Yep.
little baby in our. I want to hear the little baby's sounds, right? It's been a hot minute since I had a little baby around.
Miss Woozy.
What'd she say? Oh my goodness. You know,
Mm-mm.
my sister had a baby after I had already had, well, three of mine. And back when I had babies, you just came in, you hung out, your husband or whatever, your partner, your mom, whoever, your sister, some pictures may be taken. But when my sister had one of her babies, I'm like, why is all these video cameras out? What are y'all doing? I don't need to see that. I don't need a record of that. I just did not. Some people may want all that, but I'm like, oh, I can't forget it. It's crazy. She's over there like the world hanging out. And I'm like, girl, you got a video camera rolling. Cover up. On March 3rd, I spoke to VH on the phone. And this is number 160 in the report, and it was written up by Detective Payne. On Friday, March 3rd of 2023, I spoke to VH on the phone, reference a tip she reported to the tip line. I did not record our conversation. H originally reported the tip in January of 2023, so a few months after the crimes, and stated she had an encounter with someone she thought was Koberger. I called H at, and then it's redacted, of course, and spoke to her about the tip. H told me she was working as a dancer at, and it's redacted, and then the address is also redacted. And she was doing that during the 2018-2019 timeframe. It's a 2-hour drive from, it's going to be Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Oh, they didn't redact her name right there. Hoffer said she was unsure which of those 2 years the encounter took place. She stated she came into work on what she described as a slow day and noticed only one man seated next to the stage, and he was alone. She stated she got on stage and began her dance, and she noticed the man seemed to be talking to himself. One of those. She stated the man made her feel uneasy, but she continued her dance. She told me during the dance she heard the man state something about wanting to kill people. She told me she thought she misheard the man, so she did not acknowledge the statement until he had said it again. She said she could not remember exactly what the man said, but thought it was something to the effect of wanting to kill people. H told me she engaged with the man after the second comment, thinking he was trying to get attention. She told me she jokingly asked the man, who was he going to kill, to which he replied something to the effect of, whoever I want. She completed her dance and left the stage. I would have been like, security?
Right?
Like, can someone drive me home?
Walk me out, all the things.
Right. Especially in that type of establishment, you don't know. She told me the conversation was strange enough. She remembered telling the bouncers at the club to keep an eye on the man who she said sat and watched the other dancers for some time. Eventually, she told me she offered the man a private dance, and he was the only patron in the club. As he was the only patron in the club. During the dance, she told me the man told her to look him directly in the eyes the entire time and asked her questions about what car she drove and where she
What
lived.
the hell?
Girl, private lap dance has concluded, sir.
Yeah.
Your $20 ain't fucking worth it, weirdo. He
Look me
told
in the
me,
eyes.
I don't know how much them girls get paid for a lap dance.
I don't know.
I
Did
don't
she
know.
have birthday tips?
Maybe
Sorry.
they, I don't know. Could this guy, I don't know.
Oh, that's
I couldn't
crazy.
tell you how much a lap dance cost.
I don't know.
So he told me she finished the private dance, at which point the man left and did not return to the club to her knowledge. She told me she did not think about the encounter until she saw Koberger's picture on TV upon his arrest. She told me she was fairly certain Koberger was the man she encountered in the club that day. She did not have any further information to corroborate her story. Now, you know damn well they don't have no cameras still around from 2018 to
Mm-hmm.
2019 to go and corroborate if it was or wasn't Koberger in there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the chances are that it was.
Right.
And look me in the eye the whole time you're dancing. It's a
Uh-uh.
weird,
Yeah.
a control thing almost. If you listen to enough of these damn YouTube psychologists and stuff. I don't watch a lot of them. I feel like they're going to tell me stuff I already know. It's only a
Yeah.
couple I'll watch, and I'm very specific about why I watch them, right? It's not just like everything
Yeah.
they come out with, like, I already know.
I don't need a breakdown of the creepiness. I already know it.
I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but I'm looking for
Yeah.
information that isn't
Yeah.
surface level and textbook. If you go and
Yeah.
listen to any expert talk about Koberger right now, you're getting a textbook explanation, and you can't with Koberger. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm not a psychologist, but the way they're approaching Brian Koberger, he's a new breed of killer.
Yeah.
And he has studied all the killers before him. So you better crack open your study books because he's got some information for you guys.
Oh man.
And I'm just going to say they're probably going to be blown away by what they find in the future. I know if I was Dr. Catherine Ramsland, I am waiting to get my hands on that guy's brain.
Mm-hmm.
Not you fooled me and tricked me bullshit. I'm not here for drama. I need to know what you did, how you did it, and why you did it. Because I'm going to help you
Right.
figure you out now, Koberger. Because that's what this whole thing has been about, isn't it, sir? Part of it. Trying to figure
Yeah.
you out. And you're still looking for that one person to help you figure you out. Okay.
Agree.
Let me get the screen up. Ooh. What happened to my... Okay. Brett Payne, and this is number 161. This one's interesting, and I went on the map yesterday. I've already been all over this map in the past so many times, but I had to go back to it yesterday. And I'm also looking to see where Sand Road intersected with Johnson. I'm still mapping some stuff out. Let me just say it like that. So crazy how these investigators are trying to find where that sheath is at. And I wonder where if we ever figure out where he put it, that's gonna be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of possibilities right now.
Yep.
So this one came through. This is report number 161, and this is written by Detective Payne again. And this is a tip that came in from AL, emailed a tip to the tip line on the February 18th of 2023, and stated he was on Johnson Road on November 13th and saw a white car parked alongside the road between 5 and 6 p.m. that day. I called L on March 8th of 2023 and spoke to him over the phone. Our conversation was not recorded. L told me he had gone to his sister's house in redacted Washington on the 13th and was on his way home later that evening. L told me he noticed a white foreign model car parked on the side of the road under a tree as he went by. Now, there is a pullout spot on Sand Road with a lone tree. They did search. This is a secondary location. And Sand Road will intersect back to Johnson Road. And that can lead you out of Moscow straight back over into Pullman. And no cameras back there at all. So L believes it was approximately 5:30 p.m. when he passed the car. Stated he did not pay close enough attention to see anyone in or near the car, but it was odd. Upon release of the probable cause affidavit for Koberger's arrest, L thought it may have been Koberger's vehicle, as it was on the Koberger's path of travel the evening of the 13th. So in the PCA, they have it laid out on what they think was his route out of Moscow back over toward Pullman, and it would have took him along this path. I had L describe the location to me, and he stated the car was under a large lone tree on Johnson Road between Johnson and Pullman. He added the pullout was located where Johnson Road changed from pavement to gravel. I located the location described and responded there. Upon receiving permission from the property owner, initials JS, I began to dig in several areas which appeared to have disturbed earth, but was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value. Sergeant Blaker and Detective Vargas responded with a metal detector and swept the area, but did not discover anything of note. We also searched under a nearby bridge, but did not discover anything of note. Further investigation will be conducted when when weather permits. I wonder if they ever went back out there. I'm sure they did. While on scene, L arrived and explained the vehicle was nosed in off the road, facing the farm field. And they are surrounded by the fields out there. L also stated he had a friend come to the spot several days prior and also used a metal detector to search the area. So L called the tip in, and I guess he didn't know if they ever responded or what they did. So he and his friend went out there and searched around. Interesting. And would you have done that? I would have, I guess, if I'd have had a metal detector. I'd been like, let me just beep, 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 beep. In addition to this information, during my initial phone call with L, he told me he was painting the apartment. So here's where it got a little weird. In addition to this information, during my initial phone call with L, he told me he was painting the apartment of Brian Koberger. So the same person that called the tip in about the white car under the tree. The previous tenant and person named in tips during the initial investigation. What? The previous tenant and
describing
name.
Koberger. Yeah.
Hmm.
Koberger, the previous tenant. Yeah.
L stated, so when Koberger was arrested in the apartment, I guess he had to go in and paint. He was the one that they go in and paint those units usually. So I'm assuming he was the one that went in and painted it, right? L stated he could see and remember, they've already searched this apartment. So he could see a blade or a knife blade in the gutter of the building from the apartment window. I requested WSUPD respond and collect the item, which they later did. The blade is serrated, cooking style knife with the handle broken off. The blade portion was approximately 8 inches long and 2 inches wide, per the WSU officers who collected it. Based off the description and condition of the knife, I do not believe it matched the wounds found on each other the victims. Well, I can't write. However, I will still collect the knife from WSUPD as soon as possible in order to properly analyze the item. So I'm sure they took that item and took it to the ISP to see if it could take anything off of it, any kind of DNA, any kind of anything, right, on that knife.
Sarah, a good eyesight.
Yeah, serrate. So he's standing there painting, looking out the window, and spots this knife in the gutter.
That's what he's saying.
We're going to see that there's just apparently there's random knives just laying all around Idaho. Be careful, Rachel. Because y'all apparently got random knives just chilling in random locations. And we're going to see that. So, yeah, they went and collected this knife out of the apartment building where Koberger lived. Isn't it odd how the same guy who calls in the tip about seeing this white car happens to be the same guy painting the apartment?
Yeah.
That's insane.
That too.
It's just another one of those weird. So I saw on Twitter probably the weirdest theory I've seen to date, and I've seen them all. And there were so many who speculated that Brian was an undercover FBI agent. Brian was undercover this, he was undercover that. He stumbled upon something, and oh boy, they can't let that secret out that Koberger discovered. So we need to do something with this guy. Let's go pretend to murder 4 kids
Oh gosh.
who never died and put this guy in prison for the rest of his life. And people are like, involve that shit.
Huh?
So yes, people believe it. So the latest theory that I saw on Twitter was he uncovered, allegedly, and this is a random account, that Brian uncovered a website that the government is running where they're flagging all the mentally ill people. And then they can use the mentally ill people to carry out certain acts of violence. It's weird. It's weird. And I'm like, and people were like jumping on the bandwagon in the comment section.
Oh, that's scarier.
People I thought that had some brains, and I was like, well, seriously, if that was true, no. Koberger's not the kind of guy that's going to sit there and take that. If you're an informant and you stumbled across some secret government thingy, you're not about to go down for it without a fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, Pokemon, let me go do that right now. Y'all know I'll be loving to laugh. I got a message too I need to check. He's got to pick. Hey, we got to pull it up.
There'll be a lot of them in there. There'll be a lot of them thrown in that.
Look, he knows he's going to get some backlash on the twits. It's so funny the conversations we get into over here, and the people who want to say stuff, and you just laugh it off, right? You can't argue with these clowns.
Mm-mm.
And you know, the minute you make a post, people are going to have, some people may have shits to say, and you just get, prepare yourself for it. It's so funny. I'm not offended people comment back on something I post. Okay, so here's the actual post. Publicly Buzz posted a few minutes ago, the Brian Koberger fuckfaces are exhausting. They continue to misread information to fit their narratives and misquote experts who don't even believe he is innocent. Fucking trash. And he's got a guy slamming into the dumpster. He's so funny. That is funny. Yeah, you can't. Y'all, I just don't know about some of these people.
I don't.
Well, it makes you realize that the world we live in, not everybody's playing with full decks, and we need to remind ourselves of that sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Some of them want to push buttons and they're looking for arguments. Some are fun to argue with. Some want to debate. Some are just so stupid. You just like, ugh, my brain cells just died reading that. Okay, so number 162 was a Google search warrant return document signed up by Payne. Number 163 was a document by Blaker, and it was just a release signing for Bethany and Dylan's belongings to be returned to them. This one was interesting, and I want to see the photos that were taken on this test. Okay. Purple, I don't know what to say either. I don't know what to say either. Because people expect me to be all about Koberger's innocence because I say there's issues in Delphi. But there's legit issues in Delphi. I don't know if Rick Allen's innocent or guilty. How could anybody know, right? But and I gave Karen Reed the same benefit. Koberger's a little different, right? But yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. I see the post. I made a comment once and I felt like I was being come at, like baited for a fight, and I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting over Brian Koberger with people, so I don't know why they say that, you know, the big bad state over there being the python made this poor guy confess or take a plea deal.
with no appeals at
Well,
that.
and when the last post was like, we still have a lot of things need to be answered, and we're like, well, you have the documents, go read them.
Hmm.
Or I mean, what are we doing here, really? What are we still hiding? Brian Koberger's the only one hiding anything as far as I can tell.
Yep.
Who was your main victim here that you went in that house after? Why those victims? Where's the knife? Where, if you didn't do it, why the hell did you say you did? If I was a reporter, I'd be all over that. Like, excuse me, government, what are you doing to this man?
Exactly.
All right, but I don't know. Forrest. Yeah, some people are just in the moment. Let me jump on this in the moment, and yeah, whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's what that channel's about, is making sure rights are preserved. But if that's all we're about, Kobergers were preserved, hands down, right?
Yep.
Hell, they went above and exceeded what most defendants are privileged to have.
Yep.
Yeah, she was always kind, Pokemon, but I promise you, one disagreement and it's a fight, and I'm not that's not a conversation, right? That's a fight, and then it becomes a battle, and then it's trashing each other, and all that creator nonsense that I don't do drama in my private life. I
Right.
can't do drama on the
Same.
YouTube streets. So yeah, I
I
don't
just
know.
stay away.
Some people have legit concerns, and I'm okay with legit concerns, and I'm okay to have a conversation about those legitimate concerns. But if you just want to yell at somebody because they disagree with you, that's not a conversation. That's pretty fucking childish, in my opinion.
Yeah. And then take it personal.
Yeah, all that stuff starts happening, and I'm like, oh no, 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 this was never. That's icky, and I'm out. Peace out. Too
Yep.
old for that shit.
You do you over there and just stay away
I'm
from
far
me.
too old for all that crap. I want to see these photos. I want to see the investigation stuff. I don't care about that fighting.
Hmm.
I've tried to understand where they're all coming from. At this point, you can't, because the guy did confess. I'm not concerned that he confessed, or excuse me, did a plea bargain to save his little soul. Yeah, he did all right, but not the way they're all thinking.
And we're glad you're here, Pokemon.
What's she saying?
She said, and that's why I'm very comfy in Salty Land.
Oh, good. I want y'all to be comfy here. I do. I love it when you guys are a part of the conversation. Okay, that's what we're here for, man.
Hmm.
Number 164. Now, Walenta Drive has always been like at the forefront of my mind the minute I went to the map and saw these roads and this car left via Walenta. And then you start walking down the road on the maps, and you're like, well, shit, you can see the whole house from back here. Perfect, perfect for surveilling, sneaking around in the darkness, walking around, blending in with all the other college kids walking around with backpacks on, carrying your little thingies with your little laptops in them and shit. Mm-hmm. Fit in, no problem. And you can literally see the entire neighborhood from Wellington Drive. You could walk up and down the street and do all this surveilling you want, looking here, looking there, mapping out things. Yeah, craziness. On March 15th, I drove the most likely route Koberger took while driving near 1122 King Road on the 13th of November. During this drive, I took photos of 1122 King Road from Walenta Drive. The road Koberger's vehicle can be seen taking on the surveillance footage from it's going to be 1112 King. Now they say on that King Road on the 1112 video that shows the car entering the neighborhood and exiting, also when it leaves at 420 at that high rate of speed, we can see that on the intersection there, and it takes a left onto Walenta, and then they can still continue to see the headlights from that same vehicle traveling down Walenta around back there to the other road to get out of there. I took the following photos and uploaded them to Spillman case file. This is FOIA request information. This is a very specific lot of information, and I want these. Actually, let me make my note right here beside it on my list. I want that FOIA. Yeah, right here is where we are. I want to see what they saw during that same time frame, right, when the foliage was gone, because this time of year the foliage back there is very sparse and you can see a lot. During the summer, it's very full and thick back there and you can't see as much. So I always wanted to know. Now I can go on the map and put in the year and all these parameters and see it, but not like they're able to see it. Have you seen Spidey's analysis of sensing? No, I don't even know who that is. I don't really watch a lot of the behavioral people, but I'm open. So I don't. Have you ever heard of them, Butterfly? Spidey's behavioral arts? Huh. We'll have to look that up.
Mm-hmm.
So they took took the following photos and entered them into Spillman, and he took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from Walenta Drive of 1112 and Walenta from 11122 or from 1122. So they stood on King at the house and photographed Walenta Drive back there behind it. Is that the same video you watched, Pokemon, that she was just speaking of? Can you find that channel, Butterfly?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Okay, she's on it, guys. My producer.
Someone
My
might be able to
producer's
find
on
it
it.
here.
Look, I got me one of the fancy producers. Okay. In addition, Sergeant Blaker and I took MPD Patrol Car 4 and drove the most likely route Koberger took during the early morning hours of November 13, based off various surveillance footage recovered during the investigation. The drivers recorded out of each driver's side passenger window via MPD body cams. We need those too. I want to see that drive. Doc Thrifty.
May find it before because she's seen it, so she'll know who to look for.
Shelly, you grab it, drop it in chat for us, and everybody who's interested can go and check it out after we're done. Of course, y'all don't leave me to go check out no body language expert. If y'all want to do hey, if we want to do a body language expert show, we'll do one. I'll be your expert.
Right.
I study my subjects before I give an opinion because we got to have a baseline, scientist, don't we? A baseline always helps. Knowing their mannerisms would help. I can't get behind that, oh, they touched their nose, they're telling a lie stuff. What if their nose itched? Legit itched.
I think I found it.
Okay.
Okay.
I always find that interesting, but I don't always agree with it, with the analysis, right? I'm always curious to see if I will agree with some of them. See, if am I smart today or am I not? Let's check myself. Let me check myself. Like, oh boy, I had that all wrong. Okay, cool. We got the link in there.
Yeah, I believe that's it.
Okay. So this is the one 164 was they did the drive and recorded it and took the photos. But Doc Thrifty had a really good video out a long time ago from Pullman into Moscow, all the way through the back neighborhood back there off Konstoga, all the way to Willenta, all the possible cameras, all the ones at all the red lights, all of that. It was a great video. But it was taken down. He never did put it back up, unfortunately. What is it? Who? Okay, let me. Scott Roos. Okay. Oh, that's a different one. This is the. Okay, y'all talking about different people there. Okay. Spidey brings a different perspective because he's a magic mentalist. What?
Hmm.
What is a magic mentalist?
I've never heard that, but
Should I be afraid?
so the link that I put in, is that the right one or is it a different one?
Oh
Oh,
no.
okay. I don't
Pokemon got a
know.
link in.
Yeah, I think she has a different one.
Yeah, okay, so you got the Spidey guy in, the
I have no
behavioral
clue.
arts. Okay, yeah, you got the behavioral arts in, and Pokemon put the link into the one she watched. So it was a different one.
Okay.
Yeah, two different people. So
Okay.
there you
Yeah.
go, guys. Two different streams you can check out. And now I'm curious about the Magic Mentalist. What the hell is that? Do I need to go and I need to do some research? I might be one. Stage magician. Oh, I'm looking for some mind fuckery. He's a stage magician, like magic shows, but he also analyzes people's behavior.
Hmm.
Interesting. Carrie says, "I'm yeah, right, a natural egg
Yeah.
shaker. So don't go
Same here.
thinking, right. Don't read into too much of my bizarre behavior. Maybe that's why I'm not on camera. Y'all might think well, she's a little bizarre.
Right.
Actually, I just don't. I'm still sitting here. Well, kind of in my pajamas and kind of not. Does that make
Yeah. Right.
sense? Does
Same.
that,
Yeah.
does that make sense? Hair all up in a messy bun.
Yep.
Wishing I had more fresh coffee and knowing my pot's empty. I need one of those coffee making assistants.
Uh-oh.
It'll take a minute to go I have to make the damn coffee. I may have enough for a cup left, but I better get in there before that thing turns itself off. My coffee pot's weird. Oh my
Really?
God. Yes, it'll turn itself off sometimes. I'm like, why did you do that? I wasn't done.
Like an automated turn off.
Yeah. It's not set to, though. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Weird. It's like I'm going to mess with you today, lady. It's stupid.
Let's see what her response is when I turn off. See what she does.
That's my little $12 pot my son bought me because when I moved in here 3.5 years ago, I had a little small pot because I'm the one that drinks coffee. Well, it quit working, and he was at work that day, and I'm like, my coffee pot died, and we're like forever from a store, right? Like a long way from a store. So he stopped on the way home that day and got his mama a coffee pot. I didn't know he was getting it. This coffee pot worked, Mama. Like, baby done brought his mama a coffee pot.
Shoot, my husband already knows when I say I haven't had my coffee yet.
Oh shit.
You're clear. Okay, honey, you want me to go get you some?
Well,
Yeah,
I did a lot of self work, years ago.
Mhm.
I really dug into self work. So if I'm a grouchy morning person, is that everybody else's fault? And I told
Right.
myself, no, it's not. And then I'm like, should I be grumpy at other people because I don't want to be
Mhm.
awake? Nah, probably shouldn't. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
Self work is hard, people. When you want to be all up in your flesh and in your feels, when you just want to scream,
And
rant, and rave, yeah, do that too. I'm not saying don't.
well, no, for me, it's more of like I'm not awake yet, so just
Right, but he
give
should
me a
know by
minute.
now, right? He should know
Yeah.
you by now. She's like, "No, sir. Mm-mm. Give me 30 minutes. Do
Right.
not, do not come at me yet."
I'm usually the one rushing him, and he don't drink coffee, so I'm like, oh,
Oh
poor
goodness,
you.
he needs the coffee, right? You're like, open
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Like I know some people who need gummies and coffees. Like, open your mouths. We just
Right.
don't ask questions.
Hmm.
Okay, so number
Yeah.
165, report 165 was written by Dustin Blaker. Pokemon gonna send her man down to the Starbucks. She's like, I'm not having that
There
broke
you
coffee
go.
pot stuff here.
Yep.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, he
Look,
makes my Starbucks and Dutch Bros runs on the weekend. So.
uh-oh. Well, I don't have one close to me. Actually,
Yeah.
we have one little restaurant around the corner, and is the only restaurant up here. I don't even know how it's still open, but it is. And inside they do have a little Starbucks there, but I promise you those girls don't know how to make that coffee yet.
Oh
I've
no.
I've been in there 3 times to get a coffee, and I'm watching, and I'm like, and you can tell they're still figuring it out. I'm like, "Oh, this is this even gonna be good?" But now that I'm making my own at home, Starbucks, you can keep your stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I have one I make, but then sometimes I forget, and it takes a while because it's cold brew. So sometimes I'll just go get something.
Well, you know what I've been doing
I
because
won't
I
wait that
do have a
long.
bigger pot, so I'm making a full pot, and if I don't drink the whole thing, it goes into a
Hmm.
mason jar, and it cools, and it goes in the fridge. Because I make my
Yeah.
cold coffee with real coffee, right? Like,
Yeah. Me
mostly
too.
coffee, because I don't do dairy like that. I don't, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine lasts about maybe 2.5 days, and then now my daughter's drinking coffee, so she'll drink some too sometimes. So, but every once in a while, just don't want to do it yourself, and you want to go get it made. So there's that.
Rachel got her a French press, so there you go. Hey, I'm in hurricane country. Power goes out, I'm still gonna drink coffee, right? I am
Hmm.
not having my coffee, even on a hot, smoldering day after a hurricane. I still want that cup of coffee. And then you're like, damn, this coffee's gonna kill me because it's so hot. And I can't get to the air conditioner. Oh yeah, because we have no power. Number 165 was written by Dustin Blaker. On March 21st, 2023, I asked to see if we still had video surveillance from the front lobby of the police department from November 13th of 2022. Interesting because that's the same day the crimes occurred. I was informed Koberger's defense team had requested any video showing where we any witnesses may have been kept on the day of the homicide. Now, obviously, guys, I can read. That's not written properly. So Ann Taylor wanted to know, do y'all have video from the lobby on the 13th? And she wanted to know because she wanted to see where they put those witnesses. Did they separate the witnesses? That's what Ann's looking for in this video. I checked the cameras to the front lobby and the camera in the training room. I was only able to recover video from 3 cameras which show the front lobby area. I burned the video to a DVD and booked it into property. It needs to be noted none of these cameras are equipped with audio. So, no audio, just visuals on the camera. But that is exactly what Ann Taylor was looking for. Because you're supposed to separate those witnesses, and we know from what we've read so far, they weren't separated at the scene.
Yeah.
No shade to law enforcement, but that wasn't done on scene. And once they got to the police station, well, that video will show if they were actually separated or if they were all kept, a couple in one room, a couple in another room, kind of thing. I don't know. Would they have separated Dylan and Bethany from the rest of the crew? I would have, because I got a survivors right now and 4 dead people. I don't know what happened. So they should have
Hmm.
separated them. Um,
Yep. Agree.
I'll check it out, Purple. I'm open to listening to I might like him better because he is a stage musician. You know what I'm saying? Not full of I know more than y'all. Well, most of them do, but I feel like we getting a lot of textbook answers out of a lot of these analyses, and I they're missing the mark on it. They're talking about him
Yeah.
in very general terms, and I don't like it because he's not going to be your general study. Okay, so document, excuse me, 166 was Detective Payne, and that was just getting any court records related to Brian Koberger out of Whitman County, Washington. And actually, there was a report over there filed, and we had heard about this in one of the interviews or one of the documentaries. I don't remember. It wasn't Amazon. It was one of the maybe in Dateline, but it was in one of the specials that I have watched. They talked about this, where there was the girls over in Pullman, and the one had the break in of the guy with a knife. There's a big report about that over in the Pullman documents. Turns it wasn't Koberger, but they did investigate it, wondering if he could have been, because he didn't even live in the area during that time of that event. That was October of 2021, I believe. And Pullman was emailing because they believed that they had like a session during October of 2021 where prospective students could come into town, right, and tour the campus and things of that nature. And they were looking to see if Koberger had been in town during that time. But turns out he wasn't.
Hmm.
So that was the documents they were requesting in that case. Then let's go to this one. And I'm going to go grab a cold drink from the refrigerator. Let's see, number 167 is where we're at.
I've never heard of those Pokemon. I'm gonna have to look them up.
What is that?
Ember mugs or temperature controlled mugs.
A temperature controlled mug.
Maybe I've seen them, but didn't know they were called ember mugs. I guess. Let me look them up.
Hmm.
Oh, well, they're nice.
Yeah, I've seen the book, Rachel. I've seen some interesting conversations between Ricardo and Dr. Ann about Koberger. They're not wrong, but they're not right. It's very textbook what they're giving me, and I'm not buying it. And I got a lot of respect for Ricardo, but he also stood right beside that attorney who come out and showed us all that documentation they dug up on Rex Sherman's daughter. He was standing right there for all of that. So this is report number 167 by Brett Payne. I was notified via email on Monday, March 20th, 2023 of a found property call reported by the Latah County Sheriff's Office, wherein the PR discovered a K-Bar brand knife in some bushes in the city of Genesee, Idaho on the same day. Genesee is leading out of Moscow, and Koberger would have went right through Genesee. In fact, he pinged right outside of Genesee. The knife was located by a child playing, or that's when the phone came back on and he began. Hang on, I'm confusing that. That was over closer to Pullman. But they know he left coming out toward the Genesee area. So the knife was located by a child playing in some trees at the top of Ash Street near Spruce Street. Now, if you look on the map, that's a residential neighborhood. Whiting responded and booked the item into the Latah County Sheriff's Office. On the 21st, I responded to the Latah County Sheriff's Office to look at the knife. The knife was a K-Bar brand knife with a blade approximately 4 inches in length. The knife was in a black Kydex sheath with cordage wrapped around the handle. This knife did not appear to match the wounds inflicted on all 4 victims. I collected the knife from the Latah County Sheriff's Office and booked it into MPD evidence on March 21st. I also attached a photo of the knife and the Latah County Sheriff's Office call record to this case file. Now, that's literally a small area, right? And I went and looked on the map, and it's definitely in a residential neighborhood. You know, they sent that knife off for testing. This particular knife was found in a sheath, but it wasn't a K-bar sheath. It was a different type of sheath. Doesn't mean it wasn't the knife, right? It could have been. So I'm sure that they tested this knife as well. But there you go, with another knife randomly laying around the area. You got one in the gutters. Now you got a K-bar in the bush, and I think we're going to see another one as well. Yeah, Rachel, I give that dude grace. I mean, that's the only thing I saw that was sketchy, but like I still don't take everything he tells me as like that's written in stone, right? I just, because the mind is a crazy thing to work with. They're not wrong about a lot of their theories, but they're very generalized theories about generalized killers. And I'm waiting for something more in depth. So then on report number 168, Payne received the WSU documents that they received on March 15th. And they put that into the evidence. Who leaves a K-bar in the bushes, Pokemon? Mine is, well, I don't have a K-bar, but what I do have is I know right where it's at.
Right.
What's she making? What are you about to run off and go make? What are y'all
Oh
making?
no, I'm not talking about matcha.
I want
It's
some,
all about
whatever it
matcha
is.
tea. Matcha tea.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, never mind.
It's like a green powder tea. Yeah.
Never mind.
Good.
Never mind. I'm good. I
You
don't
gotta
want that.
try it.
Mm-mm. Okay, so now the next one is. I'm good. Like when I was married, my husband and the girls would want to go eat like Chinese or something. Me and my son were like, we want Sonic.
Really, my husband will eat Chinese, but
I don't.
he doesn't like seafood, anything pretty much.
Mm,
So he'll get something else if that's what
yeah.
I want. So,
Hey, I didn't mind a good Sonic burger. You know what? I haven't had one in so long. It sounds
yeah,
really good
me
right now. I'm
neither.
kind of hungry. I usually eat something for breakfast before I start, and this morning I did not.
Mm-mm.
Man, I bought that wild berry cream cheese, and it's so darn good on a bagel. I had to
Yeah.
have one last night for a snack.
What brand is it? The cream cheese? Is it just like a
A
store brand or is it?
Philadelphia
Okay.
cream cheese, wild berry.
I need to
Um,
look for it next time.
it smells good. It tastes good. It's good on a good bagel. I like my bagels toasted. All right, number 170. 2 more knives show up.
What the heck?
I know.
Was he just dropping random K bars all over the place to throw
Just
off
telling
people?
you gotta be careful,
Makes
y'all.
you
Ever
wonder.
go visit Idaho? It's them knives all over the place. Y'all need to worry about. Worry about where you stick in your hands. Could be something stabby. Oh, the wild berry is delish. It is. I'm thinking what all I could use that with, Pokemon. Right now, it's working on my bagel. Okay, so I was notified by ISP Detective Roberts at approximately 1300 hours on March 21st that a landowner near Genesee, again Genesee, Idaho, found two knives in a roadside ditch. Detective Roberts was not available, so I called to speak to the reporting party, RH. H stated he was cleaning out irrigation ditches when he noticed two kitchen style knives with duct taped handles in the ditch. H did not touch the knives and notified ISP. He told me where the knives were, and I responded to collect them. The location provided was in a ditch across the road from the driveway to redactive Old Highway 95. I could immediately see the knives laying in the water and took several photos of the knives prior to collection. Upon collection, I observed one knife was a large butcher knife and the other was a small steak knife. The handles of both knives were wrapped in duct tape. Prior to leaving, I conducted one more visual search of the area and located a makeshift duct tape sheath in the culvert below where the knives were located. The sheath fit both knives at the same time. I collected the sheath as well. Upon further examination, neither knife appeared to match the wounds on the four victims. The large knife blade and was too wide to have inflicted the wounds. And the victims on the wounds, and the smaller steak knife appeared to be too short. However, I booked the items in case further examination was needed. I booked the knives into the Moscow Police Department evidence and attached photos. Wow. Right, you can see losing your pocket knife, but not your K-bar.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if these two knives were some kids. Boys will be boys when you're not looking. And this was
Yeah.
all wrapped up in the duct tape and the duct tape sheath, and it's random and weird, right? So we have three different incidences now with knives being found. The one in the gutter, the one in the bushes, and now these two.
Do people just go out and start searching for knives and then they pop them?
Some of the three we just read about were found by accident, but there were searches conducted, legit law
Mm-hmm.
enforcement conducted searches, and we're going to see in one of the documents later that the family and friends also gathered and branched out and did searches.
Hmm.
There are a lot of different choices, Pokemon, on their website. Okay, so this one, we'll bring it up, and I'm going to take the opportunity now to go get my drink now. I need to go grab a water, actually. Number 171 is what we're up to.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Pokemon.
Okay, I went to go talk, and I was like, your headset's not on your head, you fool. Okay. It would have been awkward. Like looking around like I forgot
Like,
something important.
hello.
I swear to God, I started freezing in here earlier. I think I need to go get my damn thyroid medicine looked at. You start getting cold all the time, there's a problem. Um, but then again, it's not sunny in Florida, so if it's not sunny, I'm cold.
You
Oh
would
no.
think me being here in Texas,
Uh oh.
I want to be cold all the time. I like the cold.
We're gonna have to ship Purple some of this damn berry cream cheese, wild berry cream cheese. Can't get it in the UK.
Oh no.
Well, we can't
Really?
have that. We cannot have
Yeah.
that.
Morning, Pammy.
Hey, Pammy, welcome in. Yeah, Pammy, on the last three documents we just read, they found some knives, but apparently none were the weapon. I'm assuming they did do their due diligence in checking them. Okay, so now, oh hell, I had it actually pulled up and took it down. Be dispatch. Okay. Get up here. Oh no, did I do that? Are you serious? No, cancel. Don't end the stream. It it just
Stay away from that button.
I know it went bonkers for a moment. I forgot I have to treat it with little kid gloves to pull these up individually. Okay. There we go. Come on. $171. All right, here we go. And I have to blow it up because I can't see. You know, thank goodness I had a pair of backup reading glasses in my drawer here, and I was laying on my bed Friday night, and I rolled over and I
Oh
grabbed.
no.
No, the glasses weren't on my bed; they were beside,
Hmm.
on the nightstand. Well, I picked them up, opened up the arms to put them on, and one arm just fell completely off into my hand, and I was like, "Well, shit." I was like, "Oh yeah, I got that backup pair, but they suck."
Oh no. Well, mine were on my bed, and I had to straighten them out because
Oh
I
no,
don't know if
not you.
I leaned on them, and the where you put the ear the sides they were bent, so I had to fix them. So they didn't break at least, so could have been worse.
Right. So Pammy, what they did was, the guy who painted Koberger's apartment after he was arrested. Um, he saw a knife in the gutter. Turned out to be a little like steak knife type deal. And then we had a couple of kids playing over in Genesee, Idaho. Found a K-bar in the bushes, and then we just had a worker find a couple of knives in a ditch over in Genesee or near Genesee. But those two weren't K-bars. They were a big steak knife and a big butcher knife and a small steak knife. Okay, so this one is number 171, and it is written by Brett Payne. This one I want a little more information about. On March 4th, 2023, CT called the Moscow Police Department tip line and left a voicemail regarding a tip for the case in which she described seeing a man walk by her house and it's redacted, sometime during August or September of 2022. Koberger moved to the area in July. Sergeant Blaker sent me the tip on March 15th. I spoke to Redacted via phone on the 21st of March and did not record the conversation. I asked Redacted to relay to me what her tip was in reference to. She said she used to live at, and it's redacted. This home is located approximately 1.3 miles due east of 1122 King Road. She told me she was home one day in August or September of 2022 when her daughter came running into the house saying there was a man walking through their yard. She stated she looked out the window and saw a man who looked nervous while walking on the south side of her home from east to west. She told me she frequently saw people walk by the house, but not in that particular area. She stated the man had curly hair with a large nose, and he walked by without saying anything. Curly hair and a large nose. Redacted stated the encounter became stranger when the same man walked back by the house in the opposite direction but taking the same route approximately 15 minutes later. That's odd. It's like you're
Hmm.
testing out your route or something, or you're considering parking back there on Llewellyn.
Right.
Redacted said she stepped outside and yelled at the man who was on private and told him he was on private property. She said the man didn't look at her and simply walked away. She then told me, unprompted, that she believed the male she saw was Koberger after she saw a side profile picture of him on the news after the arrest. She stated she was 92% sure it was Koberger. She stated she did not see any other item or any she didn't see the man any other times the occurrence in August or September. However, she told me there was another occurrence in June or July of 2022 when a white sedan was parked near her mailbox for over an hour. It should be noted that Redacted is a dead end road with only residents. Redacted told me the vehicle left after her neighbor walked out to ask the man if he needed help. Redacted could not positively say what type of vehicle she saw that day. She was not able to provide any further specific details. On March 22nd, Blaker and I went to the area where she said she saw the man. There is a well worn path from Boyd Avenue through to Blake, and Blake is right there. Which is likely where Redacted saw the man. In addition, I spoke to the neighbor who spoke to the man in the white car, identified as Redacted. He stated he remembered the encounter but could not aid or add further information. Too bad he couldn't remember what kind of car that was out there.
Yep.
Because it sat there by the mailbox for like an hour, just chilling on a dead end street until a neighbor walks out. And, one of me or one of my neighbors would have went out there. Like, can we help you? Everything good?
Right.
Right? You're
Then I would have noticed what kind of car and license plate and everything else.
I know people like us do that kind of stuff, though. I don't think everybody
Yeah.
else. Well, I know they don't think like we do. I can look at a situation. I'm thinking, where's the escape route? My son's going, what is wrong with you? I'm like, that's a sketchy guy over there. And he's like, what guy? And I'm like, that guy, that kind of thing. I think that not everybody's going to be in tune with that, but I would.
No,
Like you're saying,
especially in that environment where they didn't really think anything could
right.
like
If you're
that
not
could
thinking
happen.
maybe I
So,
should recall this in case in the future I need to, but us being
yeah.
in true crime, we are more prone, I would say, to pay attention to certain things
Hmm.
just in case, because we're well aware that the just in case can happen and probably will. Um,
Right.
but yeah, it's a shame that they couldn't recall more of what kind of car that was. It wouldn't have done anything except placed him in the area, right, with an eyewitness if they can. But could they verify it was him or even his car? But it's really suspicious activity, though. And so if you go on the maps and you look around, this one I have highlighted because there's some interesting, just for the man to be walking like that between her house and their house on foot, and we know he had to have walked around that area to canvass it. Like
Hmm.
park the car. You could park the car a million places back there in Walenta. You could have parked it at the University of Idaho, right across this highway from where the kids lived, and
Yep.
still got out of that. You could have parked at the gas station and got out and started walking around, right? And would anybody
Hmm.
even notice?
Yep. And I think that was his thing to do rather
Yeah,
than
I mean, it makes
digitally.
makes it easy,
Hmm.
right, when you can blend in with everybody else who's all walking around, as well, because the campus was right there, so there was a
Hmm.
lot of activity, people walking all the time. So it wouldn't be, and you can get a much closer, detailed look on foot, right? Because you're
Did
gonna
his
look.
phone records
Well,
match with those times?
I don't know. That's a good with some of those pings, right? That they speak of the
Hmm.
23 pings in the area. If we
Right.
could, I want a list of when those pings were occurring.
Hmm.
And we all know they were late at night pings, but the dates on those pings is what I'm interested to find out, and we won't get that until we get some of the unsealed documents on the docket itself.
Yeah.
With
Hey,
the
Joe.
oh, did he show up?
Yeah.
Okay, fool. We was about to send out the rescue squad, dude. Joe,
Hmm.
we were wondering about you this morning. You still in Texas? What are we doing here? How's it going over there? Guys, if you don't know, Joe went out to Kerrville, Texas to do some update reporting on what's been going on out there. He had a show over the weekend. Was it
Hmm.
Saturday?
I think so.
I think it was Saturday, right?
Uh, I have to check the day. Friday or Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know. My days are running together.
I know.
Joe had a show over the weekend, yeah, giving updates on what was going on in Kerrville over there. Appreciate that. Yeah, Pokemon, we don't got to send out. We were requesting you to send out a signal earlier in case. We was all getting ready to disperse and get busy.
Need a Joe Schmo signal, like a bat signal, but a Joe Schmo
The
signal.
Joe
Joe
Schmo
Schmo.
signal in case. We had concerns and we were valid in those concerns. That's all I'm saying. Left Texas at 3:30 yesterday, drove straight through 18 hours back at home. Good Lord.
Wow.
My back would be hurting.
I don't know how you do all that driving. That's, We drove to Vegas back in 2017 for our honeymoon. And on the way back, yeah, I had enough. I was like, can I just teleport,
Mm.
and be home already?
I didn't mind, well, years ago, I didn't mind road trips and stuff, but my back can't
Yeah.
do it. Just driving to Orlando from here, 7 hours. Nah, I'm good. I rode all the
10
rides.
hours, 10 hours was okay, but like Joe, 18, 20 something hours,
I couldn't do it straight through.
yeah,
My back
I
would be
know.
screaming at me. If you don't pull over and go get some rest right the hell now, I'm gonna make your life miserable. And I'm like, I'm listening.
Hmm.
Ain't worth it.
Cactus splinter injury,
Cactus
Joe.
splinters.
Did
My
you fall
God.
on the cactus?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Did you get
geez.
that cactus injury before you left Arizona, right? Not in Texas. Or do they got, well, wait a minute. They got cactus in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, what am I thinking? I just like pictured it in my head. Picture it. Like,
Well, we got
picture
cactus here.
Texas. And I'm like, I pictured cowboys. Cowboy, take me away. Oh, Pokemon, is that today?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Yep. I want
That's
to
like
hear that update.
I turned my I looked away a while back because it's like a train wreck. And I'm like, I don't want to see it. I don't know what's going on over there. But that's an interesting hearing. I'd like to know what happened because we all know that guy's done for.
Prickly pear hunting. Oof.
All right, so we don't know if this guy that was hanging out over here was walking around this home was Coburger or if the car that was parked out there is Coburger. But it's interesting that giving the location and the proximity to the home, right? And foot surveilling that could have been going on. There's a code for the hearing. Oh, like to get in to watch it? Like Zoom or something?
Hmm.
Purple says, "Wow, U.S. is big. If I drove 18 hours in any direction from mine, I'd be in the sea." You need one of those cars that turn into a boat.
Right.
This is silly.
So from one end of Texas to the other is a long time. So east to
So
west
what
Texas, north to
is
south.
this? Uh, Proctor hearing him trying to get his damn job back.
Yeah.
No, I don't. If they give him Bed's job back, I can't. I can't even. I don't. Won't even
Right.
know what to say. I'm just gonna be like,
I don't want that news.
wow. If they gave him his job back, there would be no criminal cases we could ever trust again.
Yep.
Okay, so let me get up here. Okay, thanks, Pokemon. Oh, we're on this one. Okay. Okay, so this one was they started to search Koberger's Reddit account. On January 21st, this is number 172, by the way. I've got to get another note paper. So that one's full of notes. Okay. Okay, this is number 172. Like I was saying, on January 24th, 2023, I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account of Brian Koberger with any of the following identifiers. And then, of course, all that's redacted. On January 25th, 2023, the warrant was granted and signed by Magistrate Megan Marshall with 7 days to serve the legal process. She was the original judge on the case until it was signed over to Judge Judge. On February 8th, 2023, I received an email from Reddit stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. On March 22nd of 2023, I downloaded the files to the forensic computer located in the secure forensics computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. The email stated they located the records related to redacted at gmail.com and redacted at desales.edu. In reviewing the contents associated with the Gmail email, I found the account name was, and it's redacted, and the registration date was September 24th, 2021 at 10:45. The registered IP was redacted, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, with PIN teledata. The email address for this account showed as verified. In reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment votes CSV dot. This file contained the following permalinks and participation needed. That's going to be his research paper, or the alleged research paper, where he was trying to get criminals to respond to his survey.
Right. That questionnaire. Yeah.
The questionnaire. How did you commit your crime? How did you feel afterwards? What kind of weapon did you use? All that. I sent an email to Reddit to ask for clarification on what these data files directly relate to, but have not received clarification at the time of this report. In reviewing the contents associated with the DeSales email, I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account name was redacted and registered date was December 30th of 2022. December 30th? That was after the crimes.
Mm-hmm.
The registration IP was redacted, which showed a location near Tampa, Florida, with Frontier Communications. This account also showed additional IP logins from Florida on January 2nd of 2023, of January 4th of 2023, and January 4th of 2023, and the 11th. The email address showed it was not verified. During these dates, Koberger was incarcerated and was not in Florida. With this information, I believe this account was a fake account. The second account name was redacted, and the registration date was April 1st of 2022. The registration IP was redacted, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania with PIN teledata. A second login IP was registered to redacted on November 21st of 2022, which was also after the murders, which showed a location near Kansas City, Missouri, with three-level communications. This IP address also showed a high probability of being a VPN exit point. In reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment votes. This is where the research was under, using that VPN.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you need to use a VPN if you're doing it for school purposes?
So I'm sure he used it for other things.
Oh, he did.
Mm-hmm.
They've said they know he was using VPNs, but why do you need to use one if you're doing a research paper for school?
Yep.
You don't. I attempted to post a survey to the prison subreddit. It says, hello, I attempted to post a survey to the R prison subreddit, but my post was automatically removed. I imagine this may be due to the lack of activity on my account, as I have seen others post research recruitment posts on this subreddit within the past few months. Would it be possible to obtain approval to submit a recruitment post to the r/prison page? The recruitment post has my information in it, and the survey itself has an informed consent form that confirms my affiliation. I've been able to post my survey to other subreddits, such as ex-cons and felons. You can look at the specifics of my recruitment post by looking at these points. So he's over here emailing them. Hey, Reddit, y'all let me post this in 2 other forums. Why not this one?
Huh.
So he's posted it in 3 different locations on Reddit. From oh, hang on, my thing went nuts on me. There it is. And this one came on the June 6th of 2022 from prison research survey. I just approved the most recent one you posted. I have the automated filter comments of new accounts of super low karma. You should be fine now. So that was in June 3rd, and he went to Washington in July.
Huh.
So now June 4th, auto moderator, thank you for posting to r/prison. We want to remind you to flare your submission with an appropriate link to Flare TC, better serve any questions, discussions you may have. You can find the flare option at the bottom of your post on the same line where you would click to edit your post. A failure to flare your post may result in removal of your thread. We also want to remind you that your post doesn't show up. If your post doesn't show up, please contact the moderation team. Then it goes on to say, I'm a bot, and this action was performed automatically. And then on the prison page, repost of research survey. Hello, would it be possible to repost my recruitment post approved for submission? I think it would be beneficial for the recruitment effort. Thanks, Brian. He over here all telling me with the Reddit people. He's like, we're friends, Reddit. On my birthday, on 6/9/2022, felons, and then to Koberger, subject, you've been temporarily banned from participating in our felons. You have been temporarily banned from participating in our felons. This ban will last for 1 day. You can still view and subscribe to our felons, but you won't be able to post or comment. We do not approve of these posts. Please stop posting this if you have a question regarding your ban. So he got banned for posting this research survey.
I
Yeah.
kind of question why it was Reddit and not like legitimate channels. You know what I mean?
Well, because there's a lot of different discussions on Reddit forums. They're not,
Yeah.
there's some really intelligent people on Reddit. If you don't go play in the trailer park, you can find some really legit good information out there. I, so I don't know if because of the type of forum it is, it draws a lot of different people to a lot of different
That's what
sites.
I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that it makes sense in a sense. If no one knows who I am on the Reddit, I don't
Hmm.
post, I don't talk.
Yeah.
I review. Yeah, that's
Right.
what I review. That's what we call it around here.
Yep.
And then this subject, repost of survey done. Okay. And then this one came in on the 11th. We have reviewed your report. Thanks for submitting a report to Reddit. Your report and the related content have already been processed through our anti abuse system for review. It has been determined that the reported content does not violate Reddit's content policy. If you'd like to restrict contact from the account, blah, blah, blah. Thanks again for your report and looking out for yourself and your fellow Redditors. Your reporting helps make Reddit a better, safer, and more welcoming. Wow. People like Stearns and Koberger over there posting
Mm.
it's real safe.
Yeah.
Someone like Stearns giving out advice on the Reddit.
Oh Lord.
I'm not so sure if I would play around on the Reddit.
Well, that's what I mean. Like if you're looking for, like if you're doing a survey, legitimate survey, going to Reddit, you don't know who you're talking to. Were they really an inmate?
Well, I mean, I don't
Or,
know where else he
you
would
know,
post it.
yeah.
Like on Facebook, or you know what I mean? Like it would have to be a forum of some sort. Um, but you have to
I was thinking like real life inmates, like in the jail or prison, like
like go
that
there.
question or
That
so.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Like survey them in that setting. Yeah,
right.
perfectly makes sense. The versus going and do it on a Reddit platform.
Mhm.
Yep, that would make sense. In the post CVS data file, several posts containing the similar data in the body field were located. They all showed the same IP address of redacted with the dates between June 3rd and June 22nd. The subject line showed variations of research participation needed and was posted to the subreddit pages of prison, felons, prison talk, prisons, and ex-cons. Following ULRs were located, and it goes through all of those. Um, Then it says, "Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime." You mean those very people who are out there doing this to you now?
Mhm. Yep.
In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. Did he want to know what it felt like without what he might be up against about the feeling once he did it?
Mhm.
In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 30 minutes to complete fully. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. This search has been approved by the DeSales University IRB, and there are reports out there that it absolutely was. Participants must be, now is that just something he said, right? But there's
Right.
reports that it was, but we have no confirmation from DeSales on that. Or any of the classmates that went to DeSales did, none of them mentioned they did the same thing. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time for any reason. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact the research team via email. Student investigator Brian Koberger at redacted DeSales. Anonymous link to the study was provided. Thank you for your time. student investigator Brian
I was
Koberg.
just gonna say that.
We need a student investigator shirt.
Hmm.
Oh, goodness. I should screenshot that. It's student investigator. The student being the key word, you was still a student, sir. A
Yeah.
warrant return receipt and affidavit were completed, and these documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. A copy of the receipt was sent to redacted at Reddit, and this was the originating email address associated with those documents. On January 24th of 2023, I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account of Brian Koberger with any of the following identifiers. Wait, did it? Oh, what happened? I went back up. I was like reading the whole thing all over again. Like, no, did I do that? Yes, okay. So that was that one. So yeah, there he is getting his surveys up.
Yeah. All this time, I really thought it was actual inmates, not Reddit.
Well, a lot of the ones that did respond were. People did respond to that. And this one guy actually talked about it, about responding to it. And a lot of the ones that did respond were criminals. So, I mean, they go hang out with their people too. And when you find your tribe, you find your tribe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, thank you.
Y'all know these criminals network, man. Criminals network. Prison has
Oh,
its own politics in there as well. Prison politics. Oh, Brian Koberger's over there with Chad. He hanging out with Chud.
ugh.
They probably
Oh.
discussing Lori's hair and pole dancing. Ever. She's still out there wreaking havoc on people's emotions.
Gosh.
Okay. This is number 173, and it was written by Brett Payne. And okay. This is we need to get into Spillman. God, I need to get into Spillman. We've wanted to get into Spillman from day one. Okay. On Thursday, March 23rd, 2023, I received a secure download link from AS advising another installment of information was available for download as requested through subpoena served to WSU. I followed the link and downloaded the files. Upon review, the files contained records of Koberger's teaching assistantship termination. Can we get a look at that, please? Because people
Right.
were out there saying, nope, he wasn't fired yet. Apparently he was. Unless, wait, this come on March 23rd. And maybe I technically fired him after he was arrested, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But we knew they had the plan to correct behavior already in place, and he knew
Right.
he was out the door and he knew it. So parking records and housing records. And so they'll be able to look at all that and find out all of his parking records when, moving into the apartment and all that. So all of the information from WSU is now obtained. Okay. All right, I'm getting the next document to pull up, guys. Alrighty, now we're down to number, get up here. Okay, 174 is where we are at now. Okay, so this one, the night that Koberger, okay, so this all happened on the 13th, right? The crimes. But before midnight, right? The 12th was the Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, the Saturday. So we always knew there was a traffic accident outside Koberger's apartment complex. On 11/12/22 at approximately 23:40 hours, Whitcomb received, and Whitcomb is the 911 system, received a hit and run accident in the area of redacted Pullman, Washington. Multiple PPD officers arrived on scene and blocked off the area where this entrance or where the incident occurred. The location of this accident was near the west entrance to the Steptoe apartment complex near Koberger's residence. CF was later arrested as the suspect in this case and booked into the Whitman County Jail. F was booked into Whitman County Jail. Whitcomb is where the 911 thingy. Yeah, I was confused myself. Whitcomb, Whitman, whichever. So now we got the Whitman County Jail. On January 3rd, 2023, KL, the Pullman PD records specialist, sent me a link to the evidence.com so I could view and download the videos related to this case. I downloaded 35 videos which spanned between 11/12 at 23:41 hours to 11:13 at 3:25. They were on scene that long because Koberger's leaving that apartment. The majority of videos were in the area of the suspect vehicle was eventually where the suspect vehicle was eventually located. Northeast California Street. I provided the downloaded videos to Detective Mowry so he could upload those. Oh, my computer just gave me a warning. I'm like, what's wrong with my computer? Apparently nothing.
Uh-oh.
Like, thank God.
Like, no, not now.
What are you talking about? Not, no nefarious activity. Don't corrupt my files. Okay, Northeast California Street. I downloaded the videos Mowry, so he could upload them to the evidence server. I later viewed the videos. I did not see a vehicle matching Koberger's vehicle in any of the videos on Brandy Way or in the videos in Northeast California Street. The longest video recording on Brandy Way starts at 23:43 and runs for 1 hour and 20 minutes. All of the videos captured on Brandy span from 11/12 through 11/13. Brandy Way was closed off with cones and police tape. Does this pertain to Ann's 7 minutes in the wrong direction? Did he go around the wreck? Because I suspect that he took a right when he left his apartment complex.
Hmm.
He turned around and headed back down the highway. He avoided this whole scene. Unlike Stearns, who got caught on camera passing an accident, headed right to Mommy's house in the middle of the night when he claimed he was in bed at the hotel. Excuse us, sir. Is this your car on video? Dash cam.
Right.
Dummy.
Lies.
While reviewing Koberger's cell phone data extraction, I located a screenshot of the Whitman County Jail roster with CF's information. Now, we just read CF is the person was arrested and booked on this hit and run accident.
Mm-hmm.
So now Koberger is going on the jail view and looking at this guy's information and took a screenshot of it. Well, I've been known to do the same thing. I will screenshot your county jail view picture in a heartbeat, but I can't
But
say.
why was he doing it?
I can't say Koberger wasn't into true crime. He is a criminologist. Okay, so there he is checking that out. The last modified date and time for the image was 11/13. I remember he's an investigator. So he's investigating, or can y'all investigate me from that wreck? This
Mm-hmm.
image was taken from Yik Yak. So he posted it on his Yik. Did he? Wait a minute.
Huh.
We know he had the Yik Yak app, and the Yik Yak app is like a college app they can whatever on. It used to. It was out for a while. The app shut down. The app came back. The image was taken from Yik Yak. I don't know much about Yik Yak and what you can do on there. Can you go on there
Yeah.
like a browser, like search, like a Google browser? You know what I mean? Can you go on Yik
Right.
Yak, search the damn gel roster? Okay, so it was on his phone. Extractions where he had a screenshot of that gel roster with that guy's face in Koberger's Chrome tab history. Now, this is what Dateline talked about, the Chrome tab history. Somebody leaked that out
Hmm.
because they didn't leak the actual phone out.
Right.
They located where he searched Google for broadcastify.com. Okay, well, I have that app on my phone. Eeks. I listen to it a lot. So they noticed that he had the Broadcastify listen feed, Pullman Police and Fire Dispatch live audio feed on 11/13 at 12:26 a.m. So he was listening to the scanner at almost 12:30 in the morning. But I don't think you can get. Oh, so you can get Pullman Police and Fire. See, in my neck of the woods, you cannot get the popo. No, no,
Here either.
not getting it. You can get the county fire.
Yeah. Well, you can get the county sheriff. You can't get the
Can't
city
get none of it here.
police. Yeah.
Used to could.
Yeah.
There was a scandal that had happened this one time when the secret codes get leaked out and we all get our hands on them. Hey, we know nothing. Yeah, we used to listen to the scanner all the time. We could hear what the damn undercovers were doing in the bars, talking about how many undercovers are in this bar right now. Not one bad guy. We're going to arrest each other. They're all laughing about it. Like, wow. Yeah, they figured out real quick like we could do that, and they're like, no, not happening. That's not good. We were like, darn, they took our fun away. They did. They took it away. But yeah, you can't get any of the law enforcement in my area.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of towns you can. Like, remember when they were looking for midget man that escaped from the prison, Calavante or whatever his name was? Yeah.
Yeah.
We were all listening to the scanners then. Yeah, y'all get fire and EMS too, Rach. A lot of them have moved to just doing that now, right? I mean, kind of get it, but kind of don't. I mean, I'm not going to jump in my car and go chasing it all down. Like, oh, something's happening
No,
over here. I'm going to go run to it. I'll just sit right here and listen on my scanner.
the problem is the ones that do and interfere.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody flocks and blocks roadways and all
Oh,
those kinds of things.
they
So
will. Those rubberneckers can't help it. Of course, if we pass by it, we're going to look, but I'm not going to go seeking it.
yeah.
Well, it depends on what it is. I don't know. I'm probably going to sit right here and keyboard warrior it. All right. I was tired. All right. This is number 170. Oh, I just pulled the same one up. Yeah, I did. Sorry, that was my fault. I wasn't paying attention. That's what I get for trying to read comments and multitask. Some days I multitask quite well, some days I fail miserably.
And it's Monday.
I'm human. I don't hold us to a standard that's ridiculous. Okay. We set ourselves up for failure when we try to accomplish all that. Alrighty, so we are up to number 174. And this is written by Danny Vargas. And this is again on that accident review. Is this the same exact type of page? It is. So this is kind of like a it is exactly the same as the one. I didn't realize it was the same one, guys. So it's the same as the one we just read. Duplicate documents. Or wait a minute. I gotta make a note real quick. Okay. Yeah, I did read that one, didn't I, Forrest? Okay. Now maybe I can get on track. Okay, so we are at number 175 now. Okay. Screen share. So number 175, and this is also written by Detective Payne. And this is just vehicle charts. On March 28th of 2023, I received a packet containing a CD of vehicle identification charts from the FBI. The FBI additionally provided hard copy photos of these charts. I booked the CD and the photo charts into the evidence on March 29th. I would like to see that chart. I'd like to see the videos they were trying to analyze, because I don't think the photos of these charts aren't the problem. It was the grainy footage of the car, right? And how, if you don't have a clear enough image, can you narrow it down, your parameters on these cars?
Right.
And I would really, if I was a camera company, I would really be promoting how well my videos take. I feel like y'all see all that sketchiness. We don't have that here. No. So it would be interesting to see those charts, because it was like so much work went into trying to identify that car, right? Trying to pick out the details from dark, grainy, middle of the night footage as it's driving past the camera, the glares and the all the things that happen. Headlight shape, taillight shape, all that stuff that would go into the identifying it. I don't know, that was probably a crazy process. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that, because you in your mind you think it can't be that hard, right? To narrow down this car you see on a video, but if you've seen enough videos out there, you see how hard it really can be sometimes.
Yeah.
And people give very different descriptions of cars, just like they do eyewitnesses description of people. Butterfly and I could go see the same store get robbed and see the same individual run past us, but we may see or notice completely different things, or have the guy pegged looking completely different than what each other are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, two different accounts.
Yeah.
The same person.
They say the most unreliable witness is the eyewitness in most cases, right?
Yeah.
Our memory ain't as good as that camera. I don't. So I try to be really mindful. If I am thinking to myself, maybe I should take note of what's happening around me, but I got to get specific about what I'm noticing, right? Don't miss those important details that could really help. What kind of car is that really? Let me get a second look. That guy in the store just bought weird shit. Let me go look and see what kind of car he's in.
Yep. Especially when it's sitting there for an hour for no reason.
Well, hey, that day I was in the Dollar General and I was behind that old man buying a pillow and duct tape and a pair of scissors. I was like, should I get out my camera and take a picture, or what's happening here?
Right.
odd purchases at the same time. I'm gonna run to the Dollar General, honey. Okay, I need duct tape and a pillow. I'm like, excuse me?
Right.
Lock these damn
Why?
doors before you get back. Mm, duct tape and a pillow. That is sus all day long and twice on Sunday. I'm sorry. I didn't know if I should follow him or what I was supposed to do. I just came home and hoped for the best. Locked my doors in case he followed me home.
Right. No, you go on ahead.
Look, if I suspect I'm being followed, guess what's not going to happen? I'm not turning into
Right.
my driveway. Oh,
Definitely.
hell no. We're going on a joyride now, Bubba. You got some gas? Because you're fixing to follow me into places you wish you hadn't.
I saw this video of a
I'll send
girl talking. She's a young girl talking about somebody was following her, and she said she had. Okay, so this is the issue I had with her story. She had two phones, never called 911.
you.
Says she turned to go into her street where she lives, gets off, doesn't have the keys to her house to get inside, runs throughout the neighborhood, says he's chasing her. And I'm like, girl,
She's
first
like,
of all, do not turn into where you live. You don't want him following you. He's really going to know where you live. And then you
exactly.
have two phones and you don't call 911 that someone's following you. I'm like, be for real with that.
Yeah, tell us another story. Are you one of them Carly? What's that girl's name that pretended to be kidnapped for the attention?
Yes. I don't know who you're talking about.
Carly, whatever her name was. Yeah,
Yeah.
her. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling y'all, if y'all suspected if you suspect somebody's following you, don't turn into your own driveway. Keep
And
going.
you have two phones at that. All you have to
Right.
do is like, someone's following me, and then this is where I'm at, so they can find out who it is.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I'm calling. I'm not going to be look. I don't normally call the cops, but if I need you, I'm calling. Um,
Yeah,
I'm not going to play stupid and pretend like I didn't need to call if I needed to call. That's
and
crazy.
drive to nearest police station. You know where it's at.
Exactly. If you know where one is, go to it, right? Go to your
Right,
substation, go to your well-lit hell, they even warn women if you're getting pulled over and it's a dark area, desolate, and you're the only one, don't pull over.
right.
Florida,
Drive
you're
slower
not
with your flashers on, and you can even
Florida,
call 911 at that point to
you
make
certainly
sure.
to verify that there's an officer legit trying to stop you. And in Florida,
Hmm.
you will not get in trouble if you are a woman and you drive safely to a well-lit place.
Right,
You can't be charged with eluding officers and running from the cops. Not if they're this ain't no OJ situation, right? That slow speed chase or whatever. But yeah,
right.
there's a lot of things. But I wouldn't get out in the middle of the night
Mm-mm.
on a dark,
Nope.
deserted highway with just because there's some blue lights back there. Mm-mm. How do I know you didn't just off a cop and take his car?
Yeah.
That's happened here.
Or impersonation. 'Cause I've seen that. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen some videos from some guy in Florida that was impersonating on a regular, pulling people over,
Oh, we
harassing
had one of them.
them.
This guy used to run around this old cop car, and he
Mhm.
thought he was a cop, and he would be literally trying to pull people over. He got in so much trouble. But we had a
Yeah.
case here one time where a lady was beaten up by her boyfriend,
Oh my
and they were out
goodness.
toward Padillo Key, Orange Beach, Floribama line area, and the cops had gotten involved, and he ran. They didn't know where he went. Well, they had taken her back to a hotel room and had a guard outside that hotel, and they were trying to find the guy or whatever. I guess she had been seen by the doctor, and they took her back to the hotel. Somebody I knew was working security out of the condo at the time where the woman was at. Well, down the road, when one of the officers was out of his vehicle and I guess trying to search for the guy it comes out of nowhere, and he ends up attacking the cop and ends up stealing the cop's clothes and everything, car and all.
Wow.
Went to that hotel and tried to get security to let him have that woman that was in there. But security thought something's not right. you know,
Mm-hmm.
and they contacted the police. Yeah, it was a whole thing. But yeah, that guy did that. He took the cop's clothes, took his car and everything
Wow.
to try to get at that witness or to try to get at the woman, right? You never know these days what people are willing to try.
Yep.
We can't be too careful. So
That's very
don't
true.
stop. So number 175 was written by Payne. The vehicle charts again. I know what I
I
did. I
think,
didn't. I'm
yeah, I
not
think you're
marking.
on
I'm not keeping myself.
177. Sorry, I'm distracting you. Sorry.
No, I'm not marking off my list as I'm going down it like I was doing. That's my fault for not doing it the way I'll do it. Keep myself in line. Okay.
Before said you're at 177, maybe.
Did we look at 176?
I don't know. I thought 175 was the last one, but I could be wrong.
Okay, this one was about okay, we're at number 176. Thank you, Forrest. My mods coming in strong. Okay, so this one was written, 176 was written by Brett Payne. On Tuesday, March 28, 2023, I checked my official Moscow PD email and saw I received 2 additional emails from AS from WSU. The emails contained instructions for how to access 2 separate secure links and download installment 4 and 5 of the WSU subpoena documents. I downloaded each of the installments to my assigned MPD computer. Installment 4 contained correspondence between Koberger and Professor DM and correspondence between Koberger and Professor CH. Can we see those correspondence, please?
Mm-hmm.
Installment 5 contained Koberger's Cougar health records. We won't get to see them because, there's laws against that.
Yeah.
But I'd like to get a doctor to come and say what y'all tested him for. What all y'all think he's got? Okay,
Right.
so that was just a clarification receiving records from WSU. I'm starting to get distracted by hunger.
Can't focus.
Ah, look, I don't have trial groceries, so I need to get like document
Document groceries. Document snacks.
document snacks.
Need a whole setup with your coffee, and then a mini refrigerator for your drinks, your cold drinks,
My
and
son,
then another section for snacks.
my son just bought a mini fridge for his room at his dad's.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should get one for my room. My room is pretty big. It's my
Yep.
bedroom and office all one, and there's plenty. I actually do got space.
Yep.
I could
My
actually
daughter has one.
look. I can make my whole bedroom like a little apartment. I can never leave. Give me a little
That's what my
mini.
daughter's doing, and I'm like,
My
okay,
my son's gonna be like,
continue.
Mom, are you ever gonna come out and cook another meal? I'm like, nah, dude. I got my mini fridge, my microwave. Get out of here. Oh, my coffee pot. Leave me alone.
Yep. And Joe said docu snacks. There you go.
Doc snacks. We- hey, docu snacks. We could probably get snack ideas from Joe.
Right. Travel snacks, docu
Travel
snacks,
snacks, docu
trial snacks.
snack. Look, we got it going on over here. We're not missing the food.
Right.
None of these inmates are worth me missing a meal over. I am so sorry, but not happening.
And our snacks will definitely be better than inmate snacks.
I'm a tiny little person. I cannot afford to miss a meal. It will show real quick. Like I'd be liking to eat. I do enjoy some eating.
Yep.
It just doesn't look like I do. Like I
Well,
swear.
I do.
Oh my God! If you knew my sister, you'd think, "Wow!" But she's just like me. We're like tiny, and we just love to eat.
I used to be that way back before I had kids, not anymore.
Hey, even if I wasn't tiny, I'd still be eating. Like, I don't care. I'm eating.
Pammy snarky snacks. Yeah, there you go.
Snarky snacks, Pammy. I like that.
Yep.
Y'all don't go telling Gazelle over here we're talking snarky. I love when she gets snarky. She's so funny, isn't she? Okay. She's polite snarky. Mine's
Right.
a little more dug in, but I like it. I like it when she gets snarky.
Yeah, me too.
I don't get to watch her as much as I used to because I'm streaming in the daytime and I don't have enough time at night to review a lot of people's stuff. So I haven't watched her in a while.
Rachel, I had to do that this weekend. Yeah, that's why I said I was busy this weekend. Ugh. Usually my husband's the one that goes to the store for me, but he wasn't feeling well. So
Oh
I just got
gosh.
up. But I went really early in the morning, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, get in
So
and
by
out
the
for the
time I left,
practice.
yeah, the people started coming in and I was just like, thank God.
We've been just ordering the groceries lately, but whatever. We'll still keep doing that probably.
Yeah, usually I will, but I like to shop for like when I'm buying meat and stuff because they don't always pick it the right what I like. So
Now the meat we don't. My son is
yeah.
way picky about that. I just let him go
Hmm.
do it. I'm like, look, I've been dealing with grocery stores my entire freaking life. You have at it, little dude. You have at it.
Yeah.
He's not little dude. He's
Yeah.
in his 30s. But I'm like, go pick up all these groceries I ordered, and here you go get all this meat we need.
Yep. Exactly.
So I let him do that part. Alrighty. So let me. Yeah, G's cool.
Yeah. I like her snarky on Stearns. I
It's so
love watching
funny.
those.
She and I have little conversations on the Twitter occasionally, and
Yeah.
it's just funny because we can't help it, right? You can't help having that
Mm-mm.
snark about some people.
Exactly.
Okay, get myself together here. All right. I don't think this one is very informative. So on Wednesday, March 29th, I contacted WSU PD Assistant Chief Dawn Daniels. Oh, she's the one that. Okay, so Dawn Daniels is the one who executed the search warrant at Brian Koberger's apartment. Dawn Daniels was the one concerned that this IgG y'all are showing me may not be enough to get this warrant.
Mm.
And then she made sure.
Hmm.
On Wednesday, the 29th, I contacted WSU PD Assistant Chief Don Daniels and requested all case file information concerning Koberger and the homicide investigation. Later on March 29th, Chief Daniels emailed me a link with the requested information. I downloaded the provided information and attached to this case electronically. So I not only was I reviewing data software wiping capabilities, I've also been looking at, let's see, how do I, just stuff about IgG in general. And
Mm-hmm.
statistically, when it's used, how it's used. And I found an interesting report that I have saved for us to review. We won't do it today because it's going to take too long. I'm thinking about for our upcoming live we're going to do.
Okay.
Okay, so looked at the time real quick. Look, you know what? I use like a Walgreens pharmacy because I switched from the CVS because that damn drive-through line take 15
Mm-hmm.
hours. I can't stand it. It's like why do I have this drive-through line that's never gonna move?
Right.
For some reason, CVS here just was ridiculous, and I got aggravated one day and I switched that shit right across the street and had no problems at all.
Yeah, I have to go inside sometimes. So we have CVS too, because it's like right down the street.
Yeah.
But I think I only tried their delivery once because since it's so close, I usually just go pick it up.
Fortunately, right now nobody here's like on a lot of meds or anything daily.
Mhm.
My son goes tomorrow for a checkup. Because he was diagnosed with the Hashimoto's thyroid disease, like me and my mother.
Mhm.
He's not been feeling good lately. So they didn't start him on meds because they wanted to wait, which I found ridiculous, but whatever. So I think he's having his symptoms are getting worse. They're probably going to have to get him on some thyroid medicine. It's par for the
Oh,
course.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he feels sluggish, like even
Yeah.
when he sleeps. And I went through that. Oh my God, it's horrible. Yeah, Rachel, it is going to be the norm. And this case just drew so much attention to it, right? That it's a thing and that it's done.
Right. And it's not the first case either. And
No, and the way that they caught the Golden State Killer,
mhm.
it wasn't even law enforcement that did it. And I've got the whole story and the lady
Yeah.
who found him, right? And how she did it. It's fascinating. It really is fascinating to see how they how it came about, right? That it can even be
Mhm.
used to do this kind of work with, or as an investigative tool. But we have the
Right.
FBI guy. Remember in the court hearings, we were like they were saying, well, the FBI went in the back door, da 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 da. Well,
Mhm.
there's guidelines for the FBI, but it's not a rules. There's no regulations. It is just a guideline. So I
Right.
the
Not
FBI's,
no laws were broken, but I mean
yeah.
you can question it all you want, but if it's not a law, it's gonna
No,
hold
it's a
up.
it's a guideline that they use, and I have the
Mhm.
full report they have on it. So on Wednesday, March 29th, I was contacted WSU Officer Don Daniels. Chief Daniels emailed me a link with the requested information, and they downloaded it into the case file. And that's going to be the information they had on him from when they searched his apartment, because they didn't have anything else on Coburger. There was no other, except for the stuff WSU had on him as far as the actual cops. There was no reports or criminals, things like that nature that were needed to be looked at. I'm just making a note real quick. Okay. Yeah, well, I hate that healthcare in America is where it's at, but if we would quit worrying about shutting down FEMA and get busy with healthcare, we might actually get somewhere. But I don't think anybody cares in the government about healthcare. It's a great
Yep.
talking point to get people fired up and get a vote,
Mhm.
but then nothing seems to ever get done.
Ever
So,
happen. Right.
their pockets get a little bigger each year because they're taking more money from the people who don't want regulation or reform. But I'll leave it at that. I have an issue with our entire government when it comes to healthcare. It's not one to blame, it's all of them. And they quit
Mhm.
lying to all of y'all because it's all of them.
Yep.
Because I promise you, if any of them actually cared, something would be done. They just want to
A
pretend it's
long
being
time ago.
done. Let's pretend it's being done so we can get a vote. Okay.
Yep. And then it gets sucked into the portal with Lori over there. So
Yeah, never to be heard about again.
yep.
When my baby got out of the NICU 20, no, 34 years ago, his bill was damn near $3 million. So America's healthcare can kiss my white ass.
Mhm. And even when you have it, quote
And
unquote
them cell phone
insurance,
companies too.
you
And
pay.
make y'all pay for them big ass fancy contracts. You're wasting your time and your money. I'm just saying. I wouldn't have a contract phone if my life depended on it. And they know why. Number 178. written by Payne. On March 12, 2023, I received an email from MPD Corporal Tisdall advising someone had called claiming responsibility for the homicides. Tisdall, people out here blaming you left and right. You didn't call yourself, did you? I'm making a joke, guys, because people absolutely blamed this officer. Tisdall and Rosendahl, too, advising someone had called claiming responsibility for the homicides. The caller hung up without providing any information. Now, what kind of wacko does that?
Right.
Good for you, Forrest. That's the way it works here in our country as well. Well, in Florida, if you're on disability or the state's supplement, what do they call that? Supplemental income.
Mm-hmm.
You can get your disability and your prescriptions and stuff like that. But for those who don't have disability, it's a little, well, it's bad here for people who don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Good
And it's hard getting it sometimes too.
It can be, it's too damn hard. It's just
Mm-hmm.
insurance in America is a scam. Not just medical, car
Yeah.
insurance in Florida, homeowners insurance, flood insurance, wind damage insurance. It goes on and on and on and on. Nothing is insurable in this country anymore, except the ensuring they're getting richer off our money. And then your car gets totaled and they're like, oops, sorry about that. Who the hell, right, carries someone who wants attention? Do you want this kind of attention on yourself, though? That, who would, well, we know there's just crazies out there, so we're trying to figure out who would do this. Is ridiculous, but yeah, that is ridiculous that somebody would call. And then they hang up without providing any information. Hey, I'm responsible, bye. That's crazy. And think about how many cases across the country get tips like that you have to go check out.
Mm-hmm.
That whether they speak and give up information or they just are hang-ups, you still have to go and
Wasting everybody's time.
wasting the resources, right? They could be out searching for the K-bar. They could be out running down leads on this elusive suspect vehicle 1 circling around all over town doing God knows what. Interviewing witnesses. But no, we got to go find out who this crazy-o person is on the phone.
Yep.
Probably hanging out there with that lady who kept calling the FBI with all her 36 tips over the years.
Right. And never held accountable for it. I mean, come on. Going to keep on until they start holding people accountable for doing this.
If we could see that person's name, we'd figure out if they had a record, if they were ever charged with anything.
Right.
Don't give us a name by accident. We're into true crime. We'll run to Facebook real quick, like with a name. Y'all lock your Facebooks down. That's all I can tell you to do. If you don't want people like me,
not that I have anything on it, anyways. Just like
you don't ever know when you're going to be close to a crime.
Right.
I'm just saying. Associated with somebody that you knew, your neighbor. I don't care.
Right. True.
There's sleuths that they will troll your Facebook friends to go try to find more about. Y'all lock you down your Facebooks. Don't ask questions. Just do it.
Everything for that matter.
Everything for real.
Goodness.
Okay, so the next one that came up was the document 179 by Brett Payne, and it was just telling you that on March 29th, they attached 2 documents pertaining to Kohberger's application for the internship with the WSU Police Department. And they received those documents, and they were numbered and entered into evidence. They were provided to the member of the interview panel for the internship.
Were you?
I didn't have it.
To show a document? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, no, I didn't pull that one up because it was just that one. Okay, let me see what the next one was. Okay, so oh, 180. Okay. So the next one that came down again because it was 180 written by Maori, and it was just a email that stated that the Reddit receipt received the message and didn't and does not have a standard document outlining each data category. Remember that one was asking for specific information about these data categories? So it was
Mm-hmm.
just a return basically documenting that they did speak with them about that, and then they clarified and were sent files that related to the comments that the user upvoted or downvoted. So they were also looking at the comments of the surveys, and so anyway, they took all that information and entered it into the docket.
Miss
Docket.
Shorty, hello. Welcome in.
Hey, Miss
Good to
Shorty.
see you.
I hung out over at Shorty's some this weekend for Camp Shorty
Hmm.
while I was being lazy this weekend.
Yeah, I was there for a little bit, but not too long.
Oh, it's in and out. Okay. I was over, so Friday night at the beginning of Feral Fridays, Steve was talking about his experience being a juror. Like, I was so into that
Mhm.
conversation.
Oh yeah,
I
very
was
interesting.
I'm going to snag an interview with that juror. Like, I really want to talk to him. But yeah, he's going to be putting together something on that, I believe, about his experience. But that was a good conversation listening to that. I enjoyed
Yeah.
that.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, that went to. I wasn't trying to click on the Twitters. What happened? I clicked the wrong button.
I'm waiting for you to click the end one next.
Yeah, if the stream goes down, guys, y'all just fly. Oh, there she went. Yeah, there she went. She might be back. Okay. I get trigger happy over here with my clicker. Okay.
Now
Oh
go
no.
take, yeah, go take care of little
Penny's like,
Penny.
you better get yourself up and get me a walk in here.
Right?
Penny's not having it.
Mine gives me the side eye all the time.
Mine'll run down the hall
Little twerp.
and just stand here at the door and stare at me like, you better let me out right now. This morning I couldn't pay that dog to go out.
Really?
Like, when my son spent the night at his girlfriend's house. Grandson wasn't home, so it was just me and the dog and the cat. And they both slept in my room, of course. So I get up this morning and I go out back, and the dog just stands there and looks at me. I'm like, "Are you coming?" She just looked at me. I'm like, "Are you?" I had to make her go outside. I'm like, "Are you golly?" Act like I don't know if it was because it was damp outside, like she's a privileged dog. She can
Yeah.
walk out on the
Yeah.
go get her paw
I'm
down.
gonna melt. Don't you know? She's gonna melt.
Should have seen her when the snowstorm came. She didn't know what the heck was going on.
Oh, mine loved the snow when we got snow here.
We don't get it here. We only had it last year for those 3 days, and this dog was like, "What in the world?" We'll see if it happens again this year. I don't want it to. I mean, it was cute and all for a day, but I don't like all that snow coming into my house. I
Yeah.
don't know how y'all do it all blizzard year long, all winter. What's up with that? All that snow coming in and out of your house. After like day one, I was like, I'm done with this. Goodbye, Mr. Snow. Fortunately, we have a small shovel and it hangs out at the pole barn by where my table is at. And I'm sitting
Hmm.
out there watching my son kind of get ready for this impending snowstorm that he thinks is going to be blizzard situation. And I'm laughing, just thinking it's not going to snow in Florida. I was wrong. But yeah, I'm like, so I was like, you know what? I always see on the news people have to shovel out of their driveways and stuff. We might want to take this little shovel in the house, you know? Luckily, we did.
Right, right.
Fortunately, I thought I had a good idea that day and put it in the house. So we went to open the door the next day after the snowstorm started, and we slept that night. So the next morning we get up to go check everything out, and we could barely get the door open. I was like, "Oh, see,
Really?
I'm gonna dig
Wow.
myself out. I may not be from snow country, but I'm no idiot.
Right.
Getting me, I'd have got me a spoon and dug myself out." Okay.
I could just see you doing that.
Like, I need a bigger spoon. This one is not working. Give me that big cook pot spoon. Give me Papa's old spoon.
Right. Cup, something.
So this one is number 189, and this was when I reported for duty on Tuesday, April 4th of 2023. I had an email from Redacted containing another secure download link for installment 6 of the requested WSU subpoenas. I accessed the files and in the secure portal and downloaded them and attached them to the case electronically. So they had that was written up by Blaker as well. So they were receiving all their documents from WSU. Let me make sure what number I was at here. 181. Your dog got a ski jacket. I would imagine because they get cold, right?
Yeah, Pammy. He said, I'm putting on going out to Weedy. Don't X out yet. You be safe out there in this Texas heat, Pammy. Don't be
uh,
overdoing it out there.
our weed eater doesn't want to work right now, and it shows. Then the other day, my son was cutting with the riding mower, and him and my grandson had a little fire pit area where they would burn random shit like guys would do, and he
Right.
cleared that away, but he left like a little piece of board with a nail in it, and he ran right over it with his lawnmower. So now
Oh
he's gonna
no.
get a new tire for his lawnmower. Like, that dude's
Oh goodness.
obsessed with cutting grass.
You come cut mine. Well, I have a little yard, so it's the backyard that needs a lot. We don't
Okay,
hang out back there really.
yeah, number 182. Oh, she's in Colorado this
Oh,
week, Buttercup.
nice.
Colorado? What you doing in Colorado, Pammy? Okay. Whoa. This one is written by Maori as well. It was number 182. Sorry, I just distracted myself. Okay. On April 7, 2023, I received an email from Snapchat in reference to the warrant served on November 21st. So they didn't serve a warrant on Snapchat until the 21st, which is a few days after the crimes. For the accounts of Xana, Ethan, associated with Kaylee, uh, JC, redacted, and then all redacted again. This email stated Snap discovered technical issues appear to have impacted the records produced on or about the 28th. The email continued by stating, as a result of the technical issue, Snap may not have produced certain data responsive to your search warrant. Therefore, after remediating the technical issue, Snap is generating the production responsive to your search warrant. This was in linked to Snapchat reference number, which is the reference for the warrant number or served on Snapchat. So Snapchat returned their warrant, but then come back later and said we had technical issues that impacted the records that they received. Now, the significance of the Snapchats. Dylan and Bethany were up all night sending texts and Snapchats.
Mm-hmm.
We also heard how the next morning when the killings were discovered, Snapchat messages immediately began to go out all over town. And boy, Dot and Dave and the rumors and da 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 and Kim
Mhm.
and da 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 da. I'd love to see those Snapchat communications. May not be any of my business, but I'd like to see them.
Yeah. And
I'd like
so
to
so
go ahead.
weird how just on this time that technical issues happen.
I know. Just another one of those strange things in this case with
Mhm.
Idaho 4 where every little mishap like this, people could take it and run with it and pick it apart
Yeah.
as something, right?
Mhm.
But if Snapchat was able to correct whatever this technical issue was and then get the information requested, then at least they got it, you know?
Mhm.
Okay, so
I'd love to live on a cabin on the lake. That would be so cool.
I like to live by water, period. I don't care if it's the
Mhm.
beach, the river, the lake, the creek. If it's a body of water, I'm okay with living next to it. But as somebody who's lost an entire house because of water,
Yeah.
I carry mixed emotions on it. I need to make sure that the good Lord willing and the creek don't rise, you know,
Mhm.
because I would not be happy if it happened again. So, but my family does have property down the river and we can go there whenever we feel like it. But it's not the same as being able to walk out the back door and sit on the deck and look at it, right?
Right.
That I do miss about my old house. I miss that a lot. I had my old blue chair out there, and if you know, you know. Y'all got an old blue chair sitting somewhere? Because I do.
Mm-mm.
Now it sits out in the backyard in the country, but it used to one time sit on a
Or
pier on the bay.
oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I lived on the water during Hurricane Ivan. Pensacola Bay overlooking Pensacola Beach, or actually Santa Rosa Sound looking over Pensacola Beach. Okay, so this one is going to be number, let me get the screen up there though. Number 183, and this one is written by Payne. Okay, so this is about hard drives and thumb drives. On Thursday, April 6th of 2023, FBI tech specialist redacted provided me with the original OCRI documents received from the University of Idaho. Specialist redacted provided me with the one Toshiba hard drive and two thumb drives. As these items contained the same information, I booked them as one item into the Moscow Police Department evidence on April 12th. Um, so they had an FBI specialist even looking over the information they received from the University of Idaho on the students. And we saw in the earlier documents where they were requesting all the documents on the students. I wonder what types of things they were looking for besides education records, mental health records. What, did they ever file complaints or complain about being stalked or harassed or anything like that? And all that amount of footage they had to collect from around WSU, and we saw about that in the earlier document.
Yeah. Email accounts, maybe.
And what if you're the one tasked with sitting there viewing all that footage? You don't even know what you're
Mm,
looking for. You know what your victims look like, right? So you're trying to spot them in a crowd and then notice, is there anybody following them? Is there anybody
probably.
acting odd around them? That's all you could look for.
Mm-hmm.
You have no suspect in mind or an identity of someone to hone in on. So all you can do is wonder, where are my victims in these videos, and who are the people nearest my victims? And are they following them? Or do they appear to be following? Things like that.
Are they sending them messages? Are they sending them? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe with a different name. Could still be him posing as someone else. Are they getting in
Mm-hmm.
various emails?
You can make fake
Whatever.
accounts and be somebody totally
Mm-hmm.
different, right? I mean, how many people in this realm here have alt accounts? I don't, but you and I both know
Yeah.
people have alternate accounts on purpose,
Oh yeah.
especially trolls. They
Mm-hmm.
might go incognito or think they are. Let me say it that way. When you think
Yeah.
you are,
Right.
you should probably pick your alt name a little better. It's
For
so
real.
similar to your other one. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
And you call
Right.
yourself an armchair detective. Mm.
And a
Some,
lot of times, all it takes is something like that to be caught doing something stupid.
some are so easy to figure out, it's not even funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is number 184, and this was also written by Payne. This is about a hard drive they received. I gotta make that. Okay. Throughout the course of this investigation, I received working copies of reports, videos of interviews, and tactical briefs and reports from the Pennsylvania State Police. That's what we need to get our hands on, because they haven't put a website out yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have to, I'm going to reference this number 184 in the Moscow police documents when I call over there to them. Hey, Pennsylvania State Police, I actually already have the troop that went in to arrest him. I already know where they're located and which department I need to reach out to. I looked into that yesterday. I received working copies of reports, videos of interviews, and tactical briefs and reports from the Pennsylvania State Police. I received these items from Detective Justin Larry and the PSP CERT team commander. Well, on Wednesday, April 12th, I compiled these working copies into one file and uploaded the file to a hard drive. I booked the hard drive into Moscow Police Department evidence on the same day. The originals were maintained by PSP per their policy. All right, so where's your copies? Are we going to get them later that I hadn't read them yet?
Right.
Because I want to read those. Okay, let me make my note here, guys, so I can keep up with what I'm doing. Well, that's interesting. So we have a name of the detective that was on the team, because there's a lot of information in their records too. But I guess we'll get to some of that in these documents if they uploaded them into certain evidence we may and may not see.
Yeah, I wish we knew like which ones they're still holding on to based off of, like, if they would have made a note on here saying.
Well, you can kind of well, because I've got a running list. I'll be able to know if there's something I'm expecting that doesn't show up, and then I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
request that. So I'm keeping up with everything, every single report, who wrote it, what time. We got to know. There's a lot of information you need to know especially if you're doing a specific type of records request.
Right.
When I was going through that Pullman file, the ungodly amount of requests that were so broad. Everything you have on Coburger. That's what they would say. Anything.
Really?
Yeah, it was not as. It was like so many, over 600 and something FOIA requests,
Wow.
while the gag order was still in place. When I tell y'all, I already know there's a stack of people ahead waiting on FOIA requests. They've been putting in FOIA requests for over 2 years in this case. It wasn't an idea someone just got.
Right.
This has been, people have been trying to achieve this forever. Even knowing there was a gag order, still tried.
They
Hey,
really thought they were special and gonna be the only ones to get it.
there's all kinds of there's a ton of media requests from not just
Yeah.
JLR and Bullhorn Betty, but all of the mainstream medias, Anjanette Levy's, they all boom, 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 all
Right.
constantly. All right, so this is an extended Snapchat warrant, and this is 185, 413, 2023 is when this report was written up. Mm. But on March 30th, sorry, 2023, I applied for a warrant for user data from June 23rd to August 1st associated with Snapchat accounts with any of the following identifiers for Xana, Kaylee, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, and Madison. A previous warrant to Snapchat requested the date range August 1st to November 20th. Based on information obtained from Washington State University, Koberger moved to Pullman on or about June 23rd. I requested both historical records and real time provisional records in order to determine if Koberger had any interactions with the victims leading up to the November 13th crime. On March 30th, 2023, the warrant was granted and signed by Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall for 14 days to serve the legal process. On April 3rd at approximately 10:36, the warrant was served via the Snapchat law enforcement portal. I received an email shortly after the submission confirming the receipt of the request and assigning the internal reference number, which was redacted. On April 13th, I received an email from Snapchat stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. So he logs into the portal and he downloads the files to the Moscow police computer. A warrant return receipt and affidavit were completed, and the documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. And that was the end of that one. But so they narrowed down their dates even better, right? From the day he got there until August 1st. Why
Mm-hmm.
stop at August 1st? That's
Right. I was
interesting.
wondering that too.
Not why not go? I think they may have changed, went back in and done one after that as
Extended.
well. But it's interesting they stopped right there with this particular
Mm-hmm.
warrant, and they were trying every avenue to figure out if this guy was following them on that phone.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, there was something to some of this data wiping stuff, and it was not going to be. There are some applications out there that anybody can use, but they're not going to wipe it completely clean the way Koberger was able to do. And that's what I was researching. What was he able to get his hands on and do that the average person wouldn't even know about? And we
Right.
can't pretend he didn't know because he damn well did.
I wonder if they should have gone prior to the 23rd when he was still
Well,
in
they
Pennsylvania
end up doing
because
that.
they did. Okay.
And because
And when
even
you're online, he would have been researching the schools
well,
and the
that's what
areas and stuff.
we've had. Dolphin and I've had that conversation a bunch too. Like it. Okay, so because of that timeline being crazy, right? Getting there in June, and then by November you're killing people, random people you
Mm-hmm.
didn't know. You sure got to town real quick and decided on a victim real quick. So did
Mm-hmm.
he start looking at the area on his
Right.
computer before ever leaving Pennsylvania? Like, I'm moving here. What restaurants are here? What
Yeah,
shopping? Where's the local Walmart? Where's the Target? Did he
exactly.
Google
I
vegan
would.
restaurants in the area? Did Mad Greek pop up as one of those restaurants? Was there a cute blonde on their social media? Who ran the
Mm-hmm.
social media for the restaurant she worked at, Maddie?
Yep.
Could it? I don't know. But if he started looking at them in Pennsylvania, or at least Maddie, he was able to cover his
I
tracks
wonder.
with his wiping tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or using his burner phone. And we can't,
Right.
just because they have no record of this guy getting a burner phone, unlike Rex Hurman walking into the stores and purchasing the burner phones.
With the
They have him,
card.
they have him on camera doing that, right? Um,
Right.
Once they figured out that's what he was doing. was using burner phones, and they were able to track some of that information and backtrack, and then they legit found that that's exactly what he was doing.
Mhm.
We've heard nothing about Koberger having a burner phone yet, or they even have found a phone number associated, or anything yet. Nothing ever was leaked about anything like that. So, was he just relying on his wiping tools and his VPNs, right, to cover tracks? I think
Mhm.
that's probably exactly what he was doing. Um, if you think you can cover your tracks on your own phone, you don't need to go out and buy burners and take that risk. And that part of his thought process. I don't know how he
So
perceived
how
that
was
risk or not.
right?
You know what I mean? It depends
What
on if he.
how
Go
how
ahead.
would he be able to confirm that he was successful and it worked? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So
A
just the
previous
risk
part.
I guess he took.
You go ahead.
No, just the risk that he took, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So they request the records, and on March 30th, they return. Let's see. So they're going to end up getting everything back from Snapchat and then entering that into the evidence as well. It's crazy that he was able to, just because you have evidence that something was wiped, you don't have to tell them what was wiped. They can't force it out of you. We're going to give him some
Mhm.
truth serum.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I mean,
Mhm.
we have laws against, we can't torture the truth out of them.
Right.
Well, back in the day, maybe, but not these days.
Not no more.
We're not allowed to torture, except for those narcissistic people. They torture and get away with it. Is
Mm.
narcissism the only crime you can get away with in America? No, just playing. I'm being a smart ass. I'm being smart assy. Damn narcissist. I can't play with people like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I don't. I can.
Mm-mm.
I dealt
Be
with.
like, bye.
They don't like me because I can see right through them. It's kind of like the devil don't like me because I can dance in his flames.
Mhm.
Narcissist people are the same way. They're like, oh, feel that energy coming off of that one? I gotta back out slowly, back out slowly. I'm like, coming,
Right.
for you better get the hell out of here.
Stay
Okay.
away. Pam. Pammy. Time for snarky snacks. Yep.
Look, I'm gonna get hangry in a minute, Pammy. Y'all, if I start cussing uncontrollably, y'all just know I lost my shit and got hungry.
And Miss Shorty, how was the walk and poop for us? Instead of walk and talk, walk
I
and
was
poop.
about to say, Butterfly was reading my damn mind as usual. She's like, not no walk and talk now. I love it
Walk
when
and
she
snark.
says walking. No, y'all don't remind me of what my sister says. God, she's gonna get me one day. She's gonna listen to my show. She's gonna be like, bitch, you talking about me? Like, I'm trying to get you to come on my show because you're so funny, but you just don't have the time.
Oh, that would be a good show to see.
She's a sneaky ass investigator. I'm gonna tell you. She the one I don't put nothing in text messages. Mm-mm. Your sister will save them receipts.
Well, that I gotta see. Okay, you need to bring her on to see what she says. No.
I am your receipt. Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, what kind
Aw.
of dog?
Hey, what kind of dog do you have for us? What kind of puppy?
Hmm.
That's like I couldn't watch Miss Shorty without I'm like I'm expecting the dogs in the image, you know what I mean? I was
Yeah,
like, "Miss Shorty, this is not right. Where's my puppies? Where's my beautiful puppies at?"
yeah,
Those damn
adorable.
dogs are gorgeous. She's got some gorgeous
Mm-hmm.
dogs.
They are.
All right, so this is just the Snapchat's stuff here that we were looking at where they got their Snapchat warrant stuff. Historical records and the provisional records in order to determine if Koberger had any interactions with the victims. I don't even think he had a Snapchat account though. Or actually, wait, yeah, he did. I got to review some of those old warrants again.
Maybe in a different name that never
Oh
found.
yeah, you could easily. And you know how the Snapchat app is. A lot of these kids they share their location with everybody.
Mm.
Oh man, I was watching this movie last night. I was being lazy, 'cause like I told y'all, and I didn't want to like whatever came on TV just came on if I was going to watch it. Like I didn't even want to get the
Right.
remote in my hand. Well, this movie came on called Drop,
Hmm.
and it was like really surprisingly it was good. But I guess on those iPhones, can y'all like drop messages to each other like you're in the vicinity and it shows everybody in the area? This lady was starting, it was like a weird movie, but they were in a restaurant. She starts getting these strange drops from someone she didn't know. And it was
Oh wow.
commanding her to do something, a crime, basically. And it was, I'm like, what the hell? So the Snapchat, they can all see each other, right? If you're on
That's
Snapchat and
crazy.
your friends, I think the way, well, I don't use Snapchat much.
No,
Every
I
now and then,
don't.
my
I don't
daughter and
either.
I, well, my daughter and I will send little videos to one another, but I don't like go on Snapchat all the time like my kids do. But
Mm-hmm.
you can share location and see where each other are. But I had noticed it wasn't always accurate, right? Like where it would say my son was, he was really not
Mm-hmm.
there. It was just weird. But I haven't really studied it much. But if you are on Snapchat under a fake account, and what if you did slip in to befriend somebody and some people don't watch who they're taking friends requests from. Some people do, but if this was a fake account and you got in there, then would you be able to see their locations at all times?
Mm-hmm.
She's at the bar, she's at the corner club, she's at the grub truck, she's at the Walmart, she's at the Target, she's at class, she's at her boyfriend's house, whatever.
Yep.
I always wondered if he could see them on Snapchat somehow. And I know law enforcement is just clamoring to know. They have taken that phone apart all kinds of ways. All the
Oh yeah.
experts have studied everything he did to it, what wiping software he actually used. That is a concern apparently for people in the industry. Okay, so we went over this one. This is the 185 about the Snapchats. Shih Tzu, Shih Tzu. My cousin used to raise little Shih
Mm.
Tzus.
She shit.
Little yipping ass dogs that she had. Look, they was all so unruly and untrained. And before I left her house, they
Oh.
was a little crew of good doggies.
Whip them into shape. Got
You darn right. I can't live in a house with unruly children
yeah.
or dogs. I'm sorry. You got to get some act right if you
Mm-hmm.
want to be around here long.
It's funny because my daughter's dog, she acts right with me, but
Right?
not with her. And she's like, oh, well, I said, because you got to put in the work and be assertive and, make them
Exactly.
mind you.
I
Not
do
they will
that.
just run all over you.
Exactly. My son and his dog are the same way. Like, she does not listen to him. She listens to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Yep.
son, she thinks you're playing. You're just a big old teddy bear who couldn't yell at something if it needed it, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, he doesn't
And
even
it's weird
raise.
because
Go
my
ahead.
dog will start barking uncontrollably when she sees my daughter get the leash to take out her dog. But when I do it, he doesn't bark at all. He just sits there and looks at me. And she's like, "What kind of sorcery is this?" I said, because you sit there and you let him do it. Like, you
Yeah,
don't correct him. That's
yeah,
why he does it.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
funny.
they know the pushovers, right? And it's so funny
Mm-hmm.
because my son's dog thinks she's mine, and I can't even go to the damn corner store. If I come back 5 minutes, she acts like I've been gone for hours.
Oh,
She's like a crybaby in the floor. Ugh. Okay. Joe, get out of here. Comparing Lori's hair to the Shih Tzu.
probably. He probably
Joe, we
is.
know you know her hair looked better than the Shih Tzu. You liked her hair now. Come on. Well,
Poor Shih Tzus.
it didn't look up to par like, back in the day Lori hair, but
Mm,
girl doing the best she can.
with them M&Ms.
Well, according to certain people, you can actually order real makeup in the prison and hair dye. So,
Crazy.
your basic hair dye, not that fancy $180 highlight that Lori likes. All right, 186. Her gray hairs are coming through her blonde. That's her new highlights. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Lori. Lori. Okay, Lawrence Mallory wrote this one, and it was at number 186 in the sequence here. March 29th, I applied for call data records for Maddie and Xana between the periods of 23rd to August 1st. They were really honed in on that August 1st date, weren't they? A
Mm-hmm.
previous warrant requested the date range August 1st to present. Okay, so they started looking August 1st, then they had to go back and start looking prior, especially knowing when they learned he got there in June, right?
Mm-hmm.
A previous warrant requested the date range of August 1st to present based on the information obtained from Washington State University. Koberger moved to the Pullman, Washington on or about the 23rd of June. I requested both historical records and real-time provisional records in order to determine if Koberger had any interactions with the victims leading up to November 3rd. On March 30th, the warrant was granted and signed by Magistrate Megan Marshall. They had the 14 days to do so. I received an email shortly after the submission confirming the receipt of the request. On April 12th, I received an email from AT&T with the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. On April 13th, I downloaded the files with a forensic computer located in the secure forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. A copy was provided to the FBI CAS team for analysis. And of course, the receipt and the affidavit were completed, and the documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. I'm just making my notes so I can keep us in order.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to drop down soon. I have to go do something.
Yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up actually here in a minute, and we'll get back at it tomorrow. We're going to try to wrap up these documents this week. We'll be done with these this week. And like I said, guys, I do have a guest in the works for a Delphi show coming up. There's some things I want to talk about with the case, and I haven't even cracked the surface on the transcripts over there yet, and I haven't even been able to really go listen to anybody else covering them because I'm just busy doing other things right now. But I am talking to somebody about the case, and I will be bringing that show here soon. That's why I want to get this stuff wrapped up for this week. Especially knowing there's still going to be unsealing more documents, coming down the pike
Right.
later on. Still going to be a lot to cover with this case, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to let me see here, because we're almost actually done with this group of documents on this set.
Cool.
Oh, click, wrong one. Okay, so the next one that came up was what was report 187, and it was releasing property to Ethan Chapin's parents, um, Ethan's belongings. There were 5 boxes of items labeled as being from the living room area and the spare bedroom. Wait a minute. Hang on, let me bring this one up and look at it. This might be the one that Anne requested. Because this is stuff from that spare bedroom. That's nothing to do with Ethan's. Okay. Unless he had stuff in there. Okay, so this is Dollinger Report 187, release of personal property from the city shop. On April 14th, I was contacted by SC via phone. That's going to be Stacy Chapin. She told me she was in town and was informed by Moscow PD may still be in possession of some of Ethan's belongings. I told her I was not aware of any, but I told her I would respond out to the city shop where personal belongings were retrieved from the home. And where they were stored and see what was there. When I arrived at the city shop, I found there were 5 boxes of items labeled as being from both the living room area and the spare bedroom of the home. There was also a clear plastic tote which had miscellaneous clothing in it. I advised Stacy she could come to the city shop and look through the items if she wished. She arrived a short time later with her husband and daughter. The family looked through all the boxes and collected 3 items they believed belonged to Ethan. Wow. A Sigma Chi banner, black sweatpants, and a brown belt. I created a receipt for the items utilizing the MPD supplemental statement form, which she signed. Can you imagine that you just trying to find the last little bit of stuff that might have been your child's, and you got to go through a box now and see if it's any of your stuff? That's so sad,
That's horrible. Yeah.
isn't it?
Mhm. I
It's
can't
heartbreaking.
imagine.
It's bad enough when you're faced with that reality, but then you got to go through that process. It's really horrific what this one guy did to so many people in one incident. Kind of like those mass killings where there's so many people at one time. Was his end game to make a statement like Bundy because he knew there were that many victims, potential victims in this home, and I'll go till I can't go no more? Or was it 3 of them were victims of circumstance and they really weren't part of the plan after all? There's some people out there who think both are true, or both could be true, or separately, independently, or kind of together. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's insane that you go in there and take 4 lives like that, and for no,
Like nothing. Just
yeah, like it's nothing, and then sit
yeah.
there in court like a little robot. Yeah, and when people are speaking about you so horribly in those impact statements, and rightfully so, you don't even act like it phases you.
Mhm.
Forget your mama sitting right there listening to all that horrible shit being said about you and how you deserve all the things that are coming to you. The guy just sat there like it.
Yeah. I'm sure he could hear her crying.
Oh yeah, but we have heard so many times, even from Ann Taylor herself, this guy don't have any feelings. I don't want those jurors wondering why my guy is acting this way. I want to tell them up front he's got this, this, and this wrong with him, and that's why he's sitting there looking like that. Ann
Mm.
said that in court in a hearing. And when a little while later, she's asking, hey, dude, you want to get a plea deal? I don't got the energy to argue with you no more, Koberger. Or did Ann lay a trap for ineffective counsel? See you on appeal. If that happens, I called it. I don't think Brian would have stopped if they didn't get him. No, there's no way he would have
Mhm.
stopped. That wasn't like a one off, let me do it, get it out of my system, and I'll be good to go kind of thing, right? I don't think that
Mm-mm.
guilt would have consumed him to the point where he would never do it again, right? No, 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 no. He would have been like,
No.
that felt good.
He would have been, what did I do wrong? He would have been
Exactly.
analyzing
He would have
how can I
surveyed himself.
perfect this? Yeah.
He would have surveyed himself like he was trying to do that cop at the farm road stop. And if you missed it, you missed it. I don't know what to tell you. But he was absolutely trying to survey that cop. And so,
Mhm.
first thing, note to self, don't leave sheath next time. Yeah, he would have absolutely done it again. And I know I've seen some of the investigators be asked that question, and they won't come out and say because they, legally, oh, well, we can only assume. But yeah, they know he would have done it again. There's no definitive proof like a planning document like Huerman had. We don't see any of that in the documents that Koberger was keeping on his computer.
Mm-mm.
Too bad he wasn't. Or
And,
maybe he did and then he wiped it clean.
well, and then the report of, I don't know if it's true or not, about when he thought they were talking about his mother. I don't think it was so much of him defending her. I think it was more of like his ego, like you're not going to talk about me or anyone else type of thing. I don't know.
I don't think it would have mattered to Koberger if it hadn't have been his mama. The boy's got a mama complex. That's part of what's wrong with Brian Koberger right now. His mama never wanted to own there's something wrong with my son and I need to get all the help I can get right now. I'm that mama. The second I suspect there's an issue, we going to the doctor. We getting this took care of, baby. We are
Right.
moving on with our life. We're not going to sit in misery and hope you grow out of it. Not happening on my
Mhm.
watch. So I honestly, in my own personal opinion, from reviewing the things I've seen his own mother write with her words and the way she treated Koberger will defend his mother. Koberger took that plea deal so his mama didn't get on the witness stand and be thrown under the bus for buying the sheath that he bought on the family account. Koberger's attorneys, I reviewed the hearing all weekend long and analyzed again. I went back and watched it. I was like, I almost said a bad word. This woman, are you serious? They were absolutely, the defense knew the only way to get around that sheath was to walk into that courtroom and pull a page out of the Casey Anthony playbook.
Mm.
We can't guarantee you who bought that sheath because it came from a family computer on a family account, just like Casey Anthony's search history. It's crazy. And yeah, there's a lot to that. And I think that Koberger did get upset with the guy. What you're talking about is that guy at the jail, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
the guy claimed he was watching TV in the report that we read, and he yells at the TV, and Koberger's FaceTiming mommy in the jail in the cell. But Koberger thought the guy was yelling at him and his mom, and Koberger allegedly got up and said something to the guy for speaking about his mom in that way. But I believe that may be the only person that he has a feeling for in this whole entire planet. You're going to love that one that protected you no matter what. Now, some serial killers had that sick, sadistic, I hate mommy and I'm going to kill every woman that reminded me of her. I don't think that was the case with Koberger. Why can't y'all all be like my mama and just love me anyway? Well, we're going to love our babies regardless, but we also going to tell you when you're being a fool.
Exactly.
Well, I am anyway.
Right.
Yes,
Exactly.
Anita, sick and twisted. Mm, I don't know, man. This guy in this case is really crazy, guys. Yo, mama. Miss Shorty said, "Yo, mama." Um, yeah, I think Koberger had like a little. I don't think he cared about his dad like that. I think dad was just an annoying figure in his life that he had to put up with, kind of like his sisters. I felt like the sisters probably ran to dad for comfort and security and safety from that weird little brother that's always got mama's attention, acting out and such. I like to know. I like to see a 9-year-old Brian Koberger and see if my thoughts about what he was like are true. Yeah, I got two girls and two boys, Carrie. My boys are mama's boys, but not to the point where, you know
Right.
what I mean, that weirdness, that weird mama situation going on. I think Koberger had that. Which, and and you're right, because normally it would probably be a mama's boy situation, daddy's girl situation. But when you got one that's acting out and acting a fool the entire life, stealing your phone, and God knows what else he did to his sisters, right, growing up.
Yep.
Oh, could you imagine the information they hold about their brother?
Ooh,
Come on, y'all
yeah.
know your siblings, right? If you got siblings, right? That relationship is way different than that parent-child relationship. They know things about their brother they probably don't want to know. And they're like, if you guys only knew this about my brother. Ugh. Mm,
The
okay.
stories they have for sure.
I know. They probably got a lot of stories, honestly. Um, I don't know. Did the younger sister Amanda, did she go to support his mom? Just because you feel some kind of way about your brother doesn't mean you don't love your mother. So, I don't have any problem with his sister going there to support his mom, or his mom going to support him. That's her son. I can't tell her how to act with her son. I don't know what you call that, Joe. I don't think about that.
Ugh, yeah.
Uh, I'm a mother of
Mm-mm.
two boys. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Keep
I can't go
keep
there.
keep that shit to yourselves, man. I don't know.
Uh,
It's called a complex, all right, but I just don't know which one it's called. I guess we could Google it and see. But
mm,
it absolutely exists, Joe. What do you know, dude? No, just yeah. You're right, and it is a problem. It is a real thing, though. Shit, there was just a case we were reading about recently. Where was that case? I was reading it, and the police were involved, but the couple tried to claim they were a married couple. But as they
oh
invested,
yes.
remember the birth certificates, and the dude was her damn son.
That's crazy.
What was
I
that,
can't.
butterfly?
I forget the name of the case, but I remember the story.
Yes, we were just looking at that recently over the last few weeks, weren't we?
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy, and I don't want to get off into that subject. That's weird.
Mm-mm.
Did he have a weird complex about his mama? None of his victims look like her. I'm just saying. That's according to the experts. That's a thing. They go out and search for those ones that looked like their mother, the ones that hated their mother. Koberger loved his mommy. Hell, he's got to. She's fixing to be supporting him in the prison.
Right?
Let's look at Stearns and his mama complex. He'd be the one I'd be worried about having that. What is that word that Joe said? That's Stefan Stearns. If anybody's got that condition that Joe was describing, it is Stefan.
Yeah.
And y'all know it's true.
Mm.
Mm.
I'm gonna lose my appetite for dinner
She's like, I'm not
soon.
even going to want to eat for like a week, Salty. Jesus Christ. I wonder what Stearns and
Mm.
Chad and Koberger are going to have for dinner at the prisons tonight. We should call and ask, what's on the menu tonight? We're just curious. We need to report that tomorrow. We want a daily update. I want to email every day of today's menu so we can make fun of it. I hope your cake is dry. I hope your biscuit ain't done.
Right?
I hope your
Mm.
vegan meal wasn't quite so vegan after all. Do y'all think Koberger's going to get up and demand they go out and buy new pots and pans to cook his food in, just in case you made unvegan food in that pan? That's what his aunt claimed. Well, she was allegedly Koberger's aunt in the interview she did with a print newspaper, I think it was, where she said that there was an incident when he became vegan. Then when he came to their house to visit, he insisted she go out and buy new pots and pans to cook his food in because, she could have cooked other things in it before, meat and stuff. I'm like, I would have been like, you go out and buy them, sir.
Exactly.
Or how about you just DoorDash you a vegan supper? The
How about
rest
you
of
just
us
make
is
your own food and then take
right.
care of that?
That's so
Not
rude to come to my house and
five.
demand I buy new pots and pans. Are you kidding? What if I'm
Right.
broke this week? Shit. What if I spent all my money on this food I'm about to cook you, weirdo? Well, all
Bye,
right,
Tammy.
Pammy.
Thank you for stopping
Pammy, when you
by.
get through, I got a project.
Can you make the rounds? No, just kidding.
Yeah, my son needs to finish. He's got to. I think his part came in yesterday to fix the one that we have. Just around the porch needs it a little bit. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be walking up in the bushes here in a minute. I'm gonna have to get out scissors and cut it with my hands.
Don't be
Right?
using a spoon.
Don't. I'll get the spoon. Whatever it takes, we'll get the
Spoon
job.
and a fork.
Yeah, I'll have to look around. What can I use for a tool? I
Oh,
won't be down long. I'll get me a stick. I'll make me something. I'm resourceful like that. All right,
let's
guys.
find you a goat.
Um, listen to Pammy's is not happening. She's like, I got some own stuff to take care of, ladies. You're
Right.
on your own. You're on your own, people. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you go for the day. I'm gonna go get a few things done around here, and I'm gonna pour through a little more of these. And I think tomorrow we're gonna try to wrap it up. Well, we're gonna be done with this section. I don't even know if there's any more on this section to review. Honestly, I'll make sure, and then we're gonna move on to our last set of the documents and get them read through, and talk about a few things, and then we'll get on to some more stuff here in true crime. Um, I don't know, Joe, if you have any plans this week for streaming or anything like that coming up. If you do, let us know. Guys, keep an eye out for his channel. Keep an eye out on Miss Shorty's channel. She'll be back this weekend with Camp Shorty as usual. Always a good time over there. Again, guys, thank you all for coming in. I appreciate it. Y'all hit the like button
Yep.
on your way
Like,
out
share,
if you haven't done
subscribe.
so. Thank you, Butterfly, for coming up and hanging out with me this morning today.
Thank you for having me. Sorry I was late.
Oh, you're good. I usually go around 9:30, but I had it, and I almost was late again myself. I'm like, oh wait, it's already 9 o'clock. Like I
Yeah,
thought
I
I
was about to send you.
thought
Did
I'd be
she
like,
forget again?
yeah. Well, you know me, I might. If I start eating something, I might forget what I was doing, and like, oh yeah, 30 minutes ago I was supposed to be live. Okay, y'all know it rarely happens, but it happens. All right, guys, y'all go have a good one today, and I'll see you guys back here around the same time as usual. Y'all have a good
Right.
one. Bye.
Thanks, y'all. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Thank you all for watching this here video.